a motion, possibly to be considered by the National ESCO and the participants on the series of events of this conference, particularly as it relates what will happen after the paper's presentation of today, which the national president predicts hopefully by 1 p.m. I'm suggesting, because of the importance attached to the general meeting, that whether we can consider the drawing, the bringing back, the redesigning of the schedule, so that the general meeting will take place immediately after the papers, then followed by the gala night. My reason is, I quote Mr. President yesterday when he is speaking to us. He said, if at all we are going to hold the general meeting today, they are moving us to another hall because they cannot be able to maintain this hall. I feel for convenience's sake, and for 2 reasons, which I don't need to mention, particularly financial constraint, which is the reason why they cannot host this place. We cannot hold the general meeting here. I'm suggesting, why can't we make some adjustment in such a way that we can allow the Icopron have a breathing gap. You know, we are putting much eyes on them on our national bill, and that bill require a lot of logistics. So maybe the cost that they will, the expenditures that they will incur in hiring another hall somewhere tomorrow, they may use it as part of the logistic to process our bill. I'm presenting this motion so that we can finish everything today. I'm very sure the general meeting, according to, the most beautiful meeting, it doesn't last long in cooperatives. So our meeting is not supposed to be more than 1 hour, highest. So maybe by 2 we have rounded up everything, and the gala night can still take place. I'm sorry, I present this motion with due respect to all the participants, and I hope my motion will be considered in the best interest of Icopron, and in the best interest of the cooperative movement, and the best interest of the finances of our national body. Thank you very much.
Because somewhere this morning, somebody said democracy is at work. But let me just say a few things. Conference is designed for 3 days. The venue for the meeting tomorrow has been paid for. So, I don't know if they will refund us. I don't know. But from my experience in Port Harcourt, we may not have a refund. Anyway, in order to allow for democracy, is there a seconder for that motion? Is there a seconder for that motion? The motion is automatically, yes? You are seconding it. Okay, it's seconded. Okay, because it's seconded, we operate democratically. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry, sir. Those for counter motion, yep. Step forward.
Gosonwa Adelaja from Ogun State. Counter motion for the motion raised to move to another, to do the general meeting today. Yes, I've moved the motion of counter motion for the motion raised. The reason being that the meeting should not be held today because they have made the payment for the hall.
Any seconder? Yes, the motion is seconded. So we have 2 motions, those for today and those against today. Whichever carries takes it. All right? But let me say this. When we finish our plenary, this place will be arranged for gala and not campaigning. And it will take some time. So those who are in support that, don't worry, the the general meeting should be held today to say hi. Those against to say nay. So the nays have it. I want to now invite Dr. Okafor, without R, Okorefia, FICP, to please step forward to direct the plenary. We are already some 40 minutes behind schedule.
Thank you very much. Coop. Are we ready? Okay, we are going to take our first paper this morning, which is titled Access to Cooperative Finance and Markets for Greater Growth and Scalability. Our guest speaker who will handle this topic professionally is Alhaji Aliu Abdullahi, a senior member of the Cooperative Professional. Aliu, please. Aliu is a good manager of men, materials, and time. So I'm hoping that he'll be able to do justice to this paper within the next 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Education Committee, for having me the opportunity to stand before my respected fellows, cooperators, brothers, sisters, elder colleagues in general. I also want to commend the capable president of the Icopron, Dr. Oluwumi Fajobi, for well-organized conference. Thank you. Good morning once again. As the term implies, the main term is unlocking opportunities in cooperatives to build stronger and more effective national economy. Our soft term, one of the soft terms, that's access to cooperative finance and markets for greater growth and scalability. This is the topic I'm ready to present now. As we all know, cooperatives are associations of human beings, individuals with common zeal to meet the same objectives. That is the major essence of cooperatives. But me, I'm blessed through cooperatives. Cooperatives did everything for me. Some were even addressing me as engineer. Yes, I'm engineer through cooperatives. But solely, I am an academic staff in cooperatives. So, as the topic says, cooperatives are organizations owned and operated by a group of individuals for their mutual benefits. Members come together to meet economics and social, cultural needs through jointly owned enterprises. These cooperatives take various forms, which include consumer, workers' cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives, and credit unions. Yesterday, the professor talked about the principles of cooperatives. anywhere you talk about cooperatives, it has been a major concern to recall the major principles in cooperatives, because we can't do without the principles. Those are our guiding steps. One of it is often and voluntary membership. We all know, even yesterday it was deliberated here that cooperatives are always voluntary. So cooperatives are always voluntary. Nobody forces anybody to be a member of cooperatives. We must be of the same felt need before we belong to our respective cooperatives. And it is democratic control. One man, one vote. There's member economic participation. Members are the one to run their respective cooperatives. Autonomy and independence, it is independent. It is not being governed by anybody except the members. There's education and training. These are the major areas of concern in cooperatives, because as we practice cooperatives, we are always learning. We learn so many things from cooperatives. Then another principle is cooperation among cooperatives. There must be unity in diversity between the members of the cooperatives and the community. Then there must be concern for cooperatives. As the cooperatives is existing, so it should consider their respective communities. So cooperative finances encompasses several financial structures which are tailored to meet the needs of different cooperatives, which include one, credit unions. Those are the earliest forms of cooperatives, as it has been mentioned even here yesterday, all these forms of Esusu, Adashi, and whatever. Those are the basic traditional practices in cooperatives, credit unions. Then producer cooperatives. These are cooperatives that produce goods or services. Consumer cooperatives. Those are societies that retail owned by consumers, buy goods in bulk and sell them to their members at a subsidized rate. Workers' cooperatives. Mostly in our various places of work, we normally organize cooperatives. Housing cooperatives. Like yesterday, it has been said here too, it is very essential because it allows member to own his own personal house. Then federated cooperatives, just like the cooperative federation we are having, even though mostly in our state, they were a bit not functioning compared to how they are functioning in some other part of the country. Then the roles played by cooperatives, economic empowerment. We all know as cooperatives were being practiced, so the members enjoys economically. Job creation, it allows the reduction of support for local development. Mostly cooperatives operate in the local community. It allows development in those major localities. Access to markets. Like all we know, cooperatives are always agriculturally oriented organizations. So those societies create markets for their members. They provide accessibility to what the farmers have produced to their respective members. Innovations and sustainability. With the use of modern techniques in farming practices and some other relevant businesses, we expect to have greater innovations which will be sustainable. Social inclusion. Cooperatives often promote inclusivity and provide platform for marginalized groups, aiding in reducing inequality in our societies. Then cooperatives also provide community services. So our next step is understanding cooperative finances. We all know finances is the key aspect in all organizations. Cooperative finances refers to financial system and practices that are established to support cooperative business owned and operated by their members for their mutual benefits. Those cooperative finances include member ownership. Members are always the owners of their finances. Capital formation. Members always generate their capital. Profit distribution. It's part of the cooperative finances. Members always enjoy profits. Access to finance. They always have the control of their finances. Risk sharing. The control of unexpected eventualities. Community focus. By pooling resources to members, can share risks and benefits more equitably compared to individual ventures. Community focus. Cooperative finances often emphasize social and economic benefits to the community. Education and training. Always members need to be more educated and to be well trained. So benefits that are derived from cooperative finance. One, sorry, this is just a repetition. Market access, sorry. Next slide. Market access for cooperatives involves various strategies and practices that enable these collective organizations to reach their target markets effectively. These strategies include, one, understanding market demand. We need to know who are going to be the consumers of whatever we wanted to market. Building network. Networking, specifically now we are in a digital world where we can sell online, e-marketing. Branding and marketing. Cooperative products usually need to be branded for better marketing. This branding covers quality control and quality standards. Adhering to quality and safety standards can improve marketability, certification that can enhance credible and attract more customers. Distribution channels. These channels, cooperatives may to explore various distribution channels, including direct sales, online platforms, or partnership with retailers to reach broader audience. Training and capacity. Even the marketers need to be trained. So we can see education and training is unavoidable anywhere we find ourselves. Access to financing, securing funding or grants can be vital for scaling operations, improving production, or investing in market efforts. Policy advocacy. Engaging with policymakers to promote supportive legislation can enhance market access. This can include advocating cooperatives-friendly policies or regulations that facilitate trade. By focusing on these elements, cooperatives can improve their market access and ensure long-term sustainability and success. So the next step is strategies for enhancing market access in cooperatives. Enhancing market access for cooperatives involves the following stages. 1, networking and partnership. In this regard, we need to collaborate with other cooperatives, NGOs, local businesses to expand market and reach shared resources. Marketing and branding. So branding is very essential in any marketing aspect. Market research. We need to know who are going to be our target markets. Because once you know who are going to consume your product, that product is particularly considered sold. Organize direct sales. Explore direct to consumer sales through farmers markets, online platforms, or subscriptions to cut out the middlemen. The next among the strategies is training programs. Organize marketing training programs. Access to financing, seek funding options to invest in equipment, marketing, and the resources necessary for market expansions. Certification and standard. Product standards need to be certified and well maintained. Diversifying products. Expand the range of products offered to capture a wider audience and reduce dependency in a single market. Then the last is policy advocacy. Engage in policy to influence local regulations and policies that can benefit cooperatives and improve market conditions. So the next is an organogram that explains cooperative finances. The first is the cooperative operations, which covers members' contribution that produce the capital. Then next, we can see the net profit that is being realized. And out of that net profit, we equally decide whether the members should have dividends, allocated their respective patronage returns, and other things. So I cited a case study of Bauchi State Cooperative Finances Agency Limited. Even though it's one of its kind as far as Northeast is concerned, Bauchi State Cooperative Finances Agency Limited is a prime example of cooperative finances in northern Nigeria, which was established in 1976 following the creation of Bauchi State. It is an apex cooperative organization owned by over 3,000 registered primary cooperative societies across all local government areas of Bauchi State, with a significant majority of its members being farmers. That is brief about Bauchi State CFA. Responsibilities of Cooperative Finances Agency Limited. 1, agricultural focus. The agency primarily supports farmers addressing the historical challenge of accessing finances for agricultural projects in Nigeria. The membership base is 3,000, and it has base in Bauchi, even though Gombe too have their own CFA, which was capped from the Bauchi. Their affiliation is CFA is affiliated with national and state bodies like Cooperative Federation of Nigeria, CFN, National Cooperative Financing Agency of Nigeria, CFAN. The objectives is established to provide much needed finances to farmers to increase production, filling the gap left by commercial banks and other institutions. Financial impact and initiatives, providing credit facility, partnership, growth. In terms of providing credit, they operate under Bauchi State Agri-Development Project and provide facilities to their members. They partner with organizations like Gerawa Multipurpose Cooperative Society in Bauchi State and have partnered with international bodies like Partners for Development, PFD, to enhance microfinances and support women farmers. Their growth covers Gerawa Women Multipurpose Cooperative Society, for instance, so significant growth in microcredit loans, which ranges as at then from 18 million to 168 million. That was then. And the capacity building for women in agriculture through PFD partnership. Potential for growth and scalability. Access to finances, CFA enhances access to finance for farmers and small and medium enterprises. Capacity building, they train and support agricultural productivity and entrepreneurship. They are being supported by Bauchi State government, like empowering SMEs and microfinance institutions. In essence, by integrating cooperative finances, effective market access, and scalable strategies, cooperatives can achieve sustainable growth and enhance their economic impact and strengthen community ties. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Another bigger round of applause for him. I told you earlier that in addition to being a good manager of men and materials, that Alhaji Aliu is also a good manager of time. And so out of 30 minutes, he managed within 20 minutes. A bigger round of applause for him. And because he has saved us some time, we'll have time to discuss his paper, questions, answers, remarks, and so on. But we won't do it immediately. We will take the second paper and then take those questions, answers, remarks, and so on after the second paper together with the first paper. So if you have any questions or remarks you would have wanted to direct to Alhaji Aliu, please note them down. After this second paper, we'll quickly go to that. Once again, we want to thank you, Alhaji Aliu. This second paper is another interesting topic, and it's titled Cooperative and Positive Social and Environmental Impact on National Development in Nigeria. The resource person who's going to handle it has wide experience in this area, and at present, he's doing so at the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. Fellow cooperators, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Professor Musa E. Omar, who will come and take this paper titled Cooperative and Positive Social Environmental Impact on National Development in Nigeria. Thank you very much and welcome, Prof. Thank you.
Okay. I hope I'll be able to see from here. Okay. Members of the high table, the leadership of this institute, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my great privilege and honor to be here with you this morning. I've been asked to speak on cooperative and positive social and environmental impact on national development. And I want to say it's indeed a major issue being considered this morning. And I'm glad that you are all here. The conversation of recent has been looking again at our cooperatives in terms of national development. And my responsibility this morning is just to add my voice to what you have been doing already. So I will be just sharing my thoughts, and maybe later we can have some conversation around some major issues as they're coming up. So this is what I call the rationale and the context. And what is the argument? The argument is that cooperatives are practical vehicles for empowering communities. Whether we like it or not, cooperatives are very, very significant. They are very crucial in terms of our national development. And we are supposed to begin to look at them. When we were growing up, I knew cooperatives were very strong. You can walk to certain cooperative shops and make certain purchases, but today those things have disappeared. So it's very good that we are bringing this into our conversation today. And what also the argument is that, look, empowering stewardship underpins long-term economic and stability, enabling countries like Nigeria to build resilience against climate and resource shocks. If we utilize the potential of cooperative in terms of managing our environmental challenges, it will be more effective rather than like just doing it haphazardly. And we also argue that integrating cooperative system with environmental strategies can accelerate Nigeria's path towards achieving the SDGs and, of course, national development goals. So these are some of the key issues that I thought maybe it's good to bring before us this morning. So what we try to do are the objectives here. You can just take a look at what the objectives look like up there. Attempt to address this issue. So some conceptual issues, which I'm sure in the course of several other presentations have been considered. So I might not take much time on this, but to emphasize that cooperatives are voluntary associations. You can't compel people to be part of it, but rather people voluntarily belong. Association of individuals who together, together to meet their common economic, social, cultural needs through jointly owned and democratically controlled enterprises. So it's a voluntary thing. People come together because they believe in certain things, because they have certain common interests in terms of economic, in terms of certain developmental issues. They consider them and come together to look at that. So those are the issues that we are considering. But we also said in Nigeria, they are recognized as vital instrument for promoting self-help, reducing poverty, and driving sustainable national development. So whether we like it or not, current development issues are moving towards how do we utilize our cooperatives. In the past, in the agri sector, it has been used significantly. But today, a lot of challenges, but we are moving towards that to ensure that we utilize what we have. Further on conceptual issues, we said cooperation means you are talking about collective action. It's not just meeting together, having common interests, but whatever action that you are taking should be collective. You agree on this and you are all in it and deciding how to move forward. So it's more of collective action It's also about shared ownership. This belongs to us. We believe in what we believe in. We believe in the vision. We believe in our objective. We believe on the activities that we have outlined to follow. And therefore, we are in this together. And of course, it's about mutual trust. Yeah, several interests might be there, but there is a rallying point that we agree on what we can do together as cooperatives. So it's about co-production of value, co-production of value, coming together, either adding value or all together we're doing one thing or the other that can add value to whatever we are producing. Not just about physical product, but in terms of even knowledge. Through cooperative, you can also produce knowledge. It's okay. The next is about social impact. The whole essence of cooperative activity is about social impact. How do you impact your community? How do you impact the society? How do you impact the nation? So here, social impact, we're talking about how cooperative activities contribute to inclusion, meaning that you don't leave those who are supposed to be part of it. Men will be included, women are included, youth are included, people living with disabilities are included. So it's about inclusion. It's about inclusion. It's about social protection. It's about livelihood security. That is what we mean by social impact. And of course, the environmental impact is about stewardship that maintains ecosystem and balanced support that support human being. So all these things are what we try to conceptualize so that it will give us a focus on what we have been discussing. The next has to do with some theoretical framework, what inform the kind of cooperative we operate, under which kind of theories can we hinge our cooperative society, cooperative associations. And there are several of them. I just try to summarize them here. The first is social capital theory, which indicates that, look, it's about trust and network. Trust and network that sustain cooperation, So we have to trust ourselves. We have to agree. We have to agree that this is the direction we are going. These are what we need to do together. And of course, that helps us to move towards the direction that we have desired. The next theory is about collective action theory. All these theories that I listed are very important in terms of cooperatives, every single one of them. So all of them can apply to whatever kind of cooperative that you want to operate. The next is, I said, is collective action theory, which is about communities can effectively manage common resources when rules, monitoring, and sanction exist. Resources are pulled together. Yes, we believe we can put all our resources here. We agree on the kind of constitution that will guide us. We agree on the principle that will guide us. We agree on all that we'll do. We agree this is what we will do in terms of these resources. So there are laws, there are regulations that guide us, and we have a common interest together. The next is sustainable development theory, which we say development must balance economic growth and social inclusion and empowerment. So it's not enough to build roads. It's not enough to say you have constructed hospitals, you have constructed schools. It's about how, to what extent are people involved. From the design of the program, from the design of the project, to what extent are the people involved? In terms of monitoring the project, to what extent are the people involved? So it's very, very important in regard to cooperative. And I think when we are talking about this particular issue, not only in terms of the economic aspect of it, but including political. Political inclusion is very important. There was some, a few years ago, we went on study tour in the, Ondo State. And we were discussing with the governor. He said what he did in terms of primary schools and health centers in the local government, that they sat down with the community, all the cooperative, all the NGOs within the community agree on what kind of school structure will be built. And when they agree, the architect, the builder, the electrician, the carpenter, the medicine, everybody that was involved in building that particular project came from the community. And we asked him, why did you do that? He said, look, if any building collapses, they know who to hold responsible, because all those who are involved in building the project come from within the community. So it's a way of checkmating certain abuses. So cooperatives are very, very important, not just pulling resources together for themselves, but also holding government accountable. It's about transparency, and cooperative stands a very, very crucial in terms of accountability and transparency and development. Sorry, I was not seeing from here, so I'm using my phone to try to read what is there. So, of course, the next is institutional theory, which talks about strong institutions give cooperative legitimacy and standards and structure. Standard and structure. Strong institution. When we have strong institution, it makes it easier for the government organization, the MDAs, whenever they are doing projects, just like I mentioned the case of Ondo, to involve this cooperative, because they are already organized. They have a structure, they have leadership skills, they understand the environment, they understand the kind of resources that is available within the community, and they are very key in terms of understanding the issues there. So if the leadership will not mind, I prefer to stay there so that I will just be, sometimes some of us, we have some element of teaching, so we want to, okay. So here, I hope it's not affected. We talk about the institutional, I will not fall down. Okay, I don't want to block some other. So this is the institutional theory that we are talking about. So here we say, what is the conceptual pathway in terms of cooperative and national development? We say cooperative structure empowers members economically and socially. Whether we like it or not, we have come to a period in terms of development in Nigeria to begin to look at cooperatives are very critical for our national development. We've been to Sri Lanka, and we met them in their cooperatives. Local women were keeping records. Money was coming in from government, from other non-governmental organizations into those cooperatives. And they were keeping records. And they were able to multiply the money that within a small village, a lot of millionaires were raised. Because their capacity was built in terms of resource management, in terms of leadership, in terms of writing proposals. Local women who don't even know, have never lived their community, were able to manage resources. So whether we like it or not, if we want to develop in Nigeria, cooperative is central in terms of development. It's very, very central. So I'm happy that this conversation is taking place now. We also said, look, environmental sustainability enhances economic resilience and community stability. It's the cooperatives. Cooperatives are located within communities. They understand the community. They understand the challenges. They understand what needs to be done. So if you want to sustain the environment, you need the cooperative. You need the cooperative. It's not just about making money. It's not just about but sustaining the environment that will enable them to participate actively in terms of political issues, in terms of economic issues, in terms of social issues. We also discussed that, look, empower communities, adopt sustainable environmental practices, ensuring that resource longevity. So you want to sustain the environment. When you empower communities, you empower cooperative, they are the one to sustain. Somebody said, look, you can build buildings, but if you ignore the people will destroy the buildings. So it's not just about building the building, but building the people. When you build the people will build the buildings and sustain the building. So whatever you are doing, yeah, okay, thank you. Whatever you are doing, the building people, capacity building is very important. And I'm happy that this meeting is happening here. It's very, very critical. So building people is very, very important. Thank you very much. Okay, so I don't. Okay. And lastly, we are talking about the issue that has to do with the practice ensuring impact. Okay. Yes. Overriding on this. Yeah. Okay. So we talk about the combined impact that will lead to national development, such as job creation. I've seen cooperatives that have generated job opportunities for people. So cooperatives are very, very essential in job creation in terms of dealing with the issue of poverty, which almost all of you know that. The next is evolution of cooperative Nigeria. I don't think I'm the right person to talk about evolution of cooperative in Nigeria. These are things that you know. These are things that most of you are expert on that. Just to highlight that the origin is in agri, is in the trade. A lot of things have emerged from agri. Some of the things we use in terms of social development, a lot of them came from agri. They started a lot of cooperative even before colonial period and down to colonial period. The colonial economy was using the cooperative for various kinds of actions in terms of the agri sector. So, and it's about, look, let's do adache, let's come together, let's put our money together so that we can purchase fertilizer together, we can get access to tractors to come to work on our farm. So this has been there for a long period. And we say the post-independent period into sectors like housing, transport, credit unions, and consumer began after independence. And currently, there are multi-sectoral activities of cooperatives in Nigeria, touching urban and even rural communities, not just about the rural community, also the urban, because it aligns with the SDGs, which is very, very, very important for us. So in terms of cooperative sector structure, which again, you know, I will not waste time here, there are the institutional actors, at the federal level, at the state level, and of course, the local government level, we have them. And of course, your own institute is a very, very critical actor. And of course, we have the policy aspect of it, which cooperative, there are a lot of laws. I mean, there are laws at the federal level, at the state level, guiding cooperative organization and regulating their activities. So what are the trends? It's about increasing membership among youth and women. Of recent, what most cooperatives are doing is to encourage the young ones as well as women. Of course, women have been there all along, but more about empowering the women and the youth who are very productive in terms of the economy. Because one of the things happening again is the digitalization of cooperative processes beyond just having logbook, having account book, and the rest of them, but making sure ICT is being utilized in terms of record keeping, in terms of reaching out, in terms of information circulation, and the rest of them. And of course, the integration with value chains and financial platforms. A lot of workings with financial institutions, whether private or government, CBN is there, the banks are there, both public and private banks are there to also support the work of. So about economic empowerment through cooperative, when the last speaker was talking about access to finance, of course, that's very critical, that's very core in terms of the work of cooperative. Cooperative provide affordable credit savings platforms and capital pooling for and small businesses. Very, very key. Sometimes it's difficult for an individual to manage resources, but when people come together, form cooperative, it's easy. They pull their capacities together, they pull their resources together and know how to manage the resources that is available. And that's why today a lot of funds are not released to individual businesses. It's easier and safer to release money or funds to cooperatives. And I've got market aggregation. Collective marketing enables better pricing and recognition power for members. The last speaker was also talking about that particular, he was talking about branding. When you pull together as a cooperative, it's easier to add value to whatever you're either exporting or you are selling, and also bargain to get a better price. So cooperatives are very, very important. Again, to mention the issue of job creation, we know that a lot of these cooperatives, they make jobs available. In terms of income stability also, members face less volatility because risks and costs are shared. If anything happens, it's not just an individual that will suffer. The risks or the impact is being shared, so there's less repercussion upon individual. And of course, rural transformation, it helps a lot in terms of rural development. We were doing a research some years back in around Zaria, Megana area, and we went to one of the communities there, and they said, look, tell the government we don't need the boreholes. What we are comfortable with the water we are drinking from the stream. What we need are roads, because we are farmers. When we produce our goods, we are able to transport them to the market and sell and become rich. And when we are rich, we'll be able to sink as many boreholes as we want. So what they're saying, look, that's not our priority. Our priority is that, look, we are farmers here. We're able to be rich if we have roads that we can transport our goods. So when you have cooperative, it helps in terms of development. They are able to think, because this is business. It's not just about making demand on the government on everything. All they say, look, forget about the borehole. Give us road. That is your responsibility as government. Create an enabling environment for us to do our legitimate business. So they are making demands on the state, on the government, so that they can also prosper. So it's very, very important for us in terms of that. So of course, in rural development, like I said, is very key for our development. So what is the role of cooperative national development? One, economic empowerment. It's about economic empowerment, economic empowerment, economic empowerment. So whether government likes it or not, they need to work with the cooperatives. And when they work with the cooperative, build their capacity, it's not always that sometimes the cooperative needs some resources. All they need is that idea how to utilize, turn the little they have into something very big. So economic empowerment is key in terms of government need to partner with cooperative to ensure development. So they enable individuals, especially in rural areas, to pool resources for productive venture, such as agri, trade, and cottage industry. This promotes wealth creation and reduces unemployment. So the more these cooperatives are engaged, the more our economy is improving, the more our economy is improving. But if they are not functioning, of course, it affects our economy. Of course, in terms of poverty reduction, we have mentioned that earlier. It helps in terms of poverty reduction. That's why cooperative is very critical for national development. The more cooperative members are empowered, the more cooperative are empowered to do what they need to do, the more people are taken out of poverty. So one of the easiest way to move Nigerians out of poverty is to empower the cooperatives. Rather trying to give little money to individual, empower the cooperative will now begin to be the ones that are doing what the government needs to do. Of course, agricultural development, cooperatives play a very key role in terms of enabling farmers to have farm input, improve seedlings, extension services. They also help members market their product collectively, like I had when I came in terms of branding, in terms of accessing market, in terms of collective bargaining for better prices. They are very critical. Social capital inclusion. Cooperative promote democratic participation and social cohesion. Whatever cooperative meet is about collective decision. They all agree this is what we want to do. So nobody imposes anything on them. They agree on what to do. So it's a way of promoting democratic participation and social cohesion. And that's why I said, if you want people to be involved in our political activities more and more, you need also to engage the cooperatives. It's not just about the NGOs that are operating in democratic field, but the cooperative also have a role to play in terms of our democracy. Members learn leadership skills, they participate in decision making, develop a sense of community and responsibility, which strengthens the social fabric. Industrial and small-scale growth, it helps a lot in terms of that. They also contribute to rural industrialization by supporting small-scale processing and manufacturing. They add value to our growth. Social inclusion, very important. Cooperatives are vehicles for inclusion of women, youth, and vulnerable groups. So if they are involved in inclusivity, then it means the government needs to work with them. The government needs to support them to succeed. And of course, they work in the areas of health insurance, education, housing, cooperative. A lot of people, if not for cooperative today, they wouldn't have houses after they retired. The cooperative have helped them. Even at NAPES, a lot of our cooperative there was able to help staff to access land. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been able to do that, but our cooperative have helped our members in terms of that. Foster a culture of mutual support, trust building, and solidarity. You know yourself, you work together, you can trust this person with money, you can trust this person with responsibility. So it's a leadership development kind of area that what stop leadership, political leaders emerging from different cooperatives. If you are able to manage resources very well, if you are able to manage people very well, if you are able to be accountable, you have your record and the rest of them, when your people nominate you to go and represent them, you do good, you do very well because you have that experience and the people trust you. So it's very, very critical. Strengthen voice and participation. Of course, you are not speaking as individual. You are speaking with one voice. This is the direction the country needs to go. We have been working with these people. We understand their pain. We understand their yearning. We understand their agitation. And therefore, we are able to articulate things together and make presentation to those who are in government. So it strengthens our voices, and we speak with one voice and have understanding of what we need to do. So the next is sustainable livelihood. The agricultural cooperative promote climate smart farming. And this is linking with environment. So they work together. They understand what it is as their challenge in terms of farming, and therefore they are able to address those issues. So cooperatives are very key in terms of doing that. Renewable energy cooperative expand off-grid access for rural enterprises, improving productivity in terms of fishing, craft, artisanal cooperative, diversify household incomes. In terms of adaptive capacity, it's also very, very critical to help. How do we adapt if we have environmental change? What do we do? So you are not dealing with individuals, you are dealing with people, a group of people that are making impact in the environment. So community development and local impact, cooperative finance and maintain community infrastructure, such as boreholes, markets, health centers, and schools. They play a very key role in community development and making local impact. Promote local participation in governance and service delivery. And that's my emphasis because we've been working with the political parties, and this aspect is missing. To what extent are the politicians working with the cooperatives? It also enhances security and trust of community level. Like we said, if people trust you with their resources, if you manage very well, of course, you are able to also ensure security within the community because you have something at stake. It bridges the gap between citizens and local authorities. Cooperative leaders are exposed. They can share their ideas with the government. Okay, thank you. In terms of environmental contribution of cooperative, resource governance, community forests, and land use cooperative help protect fragile ecosystem, recycling, circular economy, waste cooperative, collect and repurpose waste material, reducing pollution, renewable energy cooperatives, they are working support solar and mini-grid deployment of underserved communities, climate mitigation, corporate reduce emission through efficient practices. They do all these things to help improve our environment. Several climate resilience and green transition. Our argument here is that, look, renewable energy cooperative help Nigeria reduce dependence on fossil fuel and meat NDC region. You know, a lot of time cooperatives try to, I've seen in some communities where cooperatives have helped rural communities to change from just using firewood to use of small kerosene stoves as well as small gas stoves within their communities. So they are very key in terms of preserving the environment. And of course, new opportunities within the sector or the climate sector, as well as lower disaster costs. It helps a lot in terms of, they do a lot in terms of that. So what are the key challenges, which I'm sure will not be unfamiliar to you? Is the first one I have here is weak governance, which also the World Bank has identified. Leadership gap, poor record keeping, weak internal control. It's still a major challenge. I know cooperatives are doing very well in terms of building the capacity of their leaders, in terms of record keeping, but more need to be done. Yes, limited resources are another major challenge. A lot of resources are required to be pushed to that particular area. If the resources, some of our politicians enrich themselves, if 1% of all that they acquire will be channeled towards the cooperative, I'm telling you, Nigeria will change. Because cooperative can turn that small money into something very, very big. Another challenge is regulatory inconsistent. Sometimes the laws, the regulation between the state and the federal are not talking to each other. So we need to harmonize them and have a common ground. Digital divide, low adoption of modern information system weakens efficiency. A lot of work needs to be done, particularly with cooperatives in the rural areas. How can we help build their capacity in terms of IT? Environmental risks, land degradation is happening, flooding is happening, over-exploitation is there. How do we help this? How does government also intervene in terms of this? So what is our critical role as a charter institute? What should we be thinking about? Yeah, we need to strengthen our professionalism. I'm happy that we have this particular institute. We need to make it more, awareness, create more awareness so that more people can be involved and make it professional. There are certain cooperatives that shouldn't be managed by people who are not part of this institute. You need professionals to lead, to guide in terms of the operation because you are chartered. Of course, we need to build our capacity through training, continued training, in terms of governance support. All these are part. Sorry, I didn't move it. Then facilitate data collection. To what extent do we have all information about cooperative in all the 36 states, FCT, what the sectors they are operating, what they are doing, their leadership? These are all challenges that we need to address. Of course, promote partnership with the public sector, with the development agencies and private investors. Very, very key for us also. So as we try to conclude, what kind of recommendation are we giving? Develop and enforce national cooperative governance standard so that we have a standardized framework that will guide our operation. We need to expand financing using credit guarantees, blended finance and green funds, mainstream environmental sustainability in cooperative mandate, not just about resource management or mobilization, also need to mainstream environmentability. Of course, build real-time data dashboard to track cooperative performance all over. Like I said, when we have the record, we should know what they are doing in different places and what kind of intervention. We need to strengthen our youth and agenda to participate in cooperative. They are very, very key, particularly the youth. I know women are doing a lot, but even also be taken along. We need to harmonize policies between the government, the federal and the state. We need to invest in research and knowledge exchange, and we need to strengthen cooperative education and training programs. In the past, I don't know whether they still exist, but there were, is it the School of Cooperative, or I knew one in Zaria at that time. They still exist. Yeah, so We need to expand them. We need more so that people will be trained and their capacity built in that area. We need to provide access to credit and technical support through specialized government agency, ensure proper regulation and autonomy to minimize political interference, encourage digitalization and innovation in cooperative management and operations. And in conclusion, what we are concluding is that look, cooperative remain powerful tool for promoting inclusive growth and sustainable national development in Nigeria. Whether we like it or not, we need cooperative for our development. With proper support and effective management and sound policy framework, they can serve as engines for economic empowerment, social integration, and poverty reduction. And cooperatives are powerful drivers of inclusive economic and social transformation. Environmental stewardship complements cooperative efforts strengthening community resilience. And of course, your institute plays a strategic coordinating and capacity building role in scaling this impact. Very, very key. You have a big task at hand. Policy coherence, financing, and capacity investment are essential for unlocking Nigeria's cooperative. And these are just the references. So I thank you for listening.
It's a bigger round of applause for him. This is very, very professional. You know that we have professors in practice, and we have professors in theory. There's a presentation you will hear. You will know that that presentation came from a professor in practice. And this is one of such professors. Please, can we give him another round of applause? So you will wonder, before the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies appoint you to be the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, before they appoint you as one of their professors, after screening other professors and selecting you, there must be something different about you. And so, Prof, we want to thank you very much. And we want to ask that if we invite you tomorrow to give us a paper on another topic similar and concerning cooperatives, that you also oblige us. Once again, thank you. Like we said, we are going to take questions, comments, observations after this second paper for the two papers we've taken today. So I'm sure you noted things down that you may want to respond to. So I'm going to we're going to take 8. 2, 2, 2, 2. Can I see number 1? 1, 2. 3. 3, 3, 3. Not that person on this side. Okay. 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Anybody on this side? Okay, so 5. Anybody? Oh, 6, 7, 8. 8. You know, usually if I say I will take 3, more hands will be up. But when I said 8, less hands will be. I've noticed that. Okay, number 1. Number 1.
Good afternoon. Good morning, I mean. There is one area, one sentence, which is being repeated since yesterday. And the speakers, I mean the paper presenters of yesterday, and all those that made presentation today, they have been mentioning one statement, that in no way that effort should be made create a situation whereby cooperative institution must be managed by experts in cooperatives, not just anybody who is having BSc in accounting or any other field. And they have been speaking directly to the national executive officers of Icopron. Bearing in mind that the bill of the institution is not yet passed, I would like to draw the attention of the National ESCO to fine-tune a situation where something must be done toward that, because all the speakers have been repeating the same thing.
Thank you. Number two is 1 minute or 30 seconds.
1 minute, 30 seconds. Thank you. Ayuba is my name from Plateau. I want to commend all the speakers, particularly the last speaker. Just as the last person that spoke before he sat down, I also want to talk concerning, the institutions, giving capacity to the institutions to drive the activities of cooperative, especially concerning the government side. Of course, of recent, we happen to understand that most states, the most viable or vibrant staffs that ought to be working in the various departments of the cooperatives are no longer there, but it is either borrowed staff or maybe they are just coming in newly. So I just want to suggest to advise to this institution, professional body, let us not just base ourselves on this routine conference of a team. Perhaps the body can, organize, sensitization workshop per se for the directors at a certain point of time. You call all the directors, you organize a seminar for them or staffs so that their, capacity will be raised so that they can deliver in terms of their supervision and other things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With the permission of the president, can I ask all the directors of cooperatives here to move over to the high table? All the directors of cooperatives. For a director of cooperative, please move over to the high table. Can we encourage them with a round of applause? Number three.
All right, thank you. Professor Ma, thank you so much for your presentations. But I have one or two observations. Forgive me. We are here to learn from one another. I found out that you said something about ICPN. ICPN. Could it be Icopron? Or do you mean another institute, sir? There is a mentioning of ICPN. And I want to find out, could it be Icopron you are talking about? Do courts not demand that there could have been an immediate correction to that effect so that this esteemed body could be addressed properly, sir? Then number two, sir, because you are of the classroom, hence I'm talking. If you take us to the hospital, won't you give us a medication to get better? You told us about the challenges in terms of professionalism, but you didn't give us any recommendations what we can do to get this institute do the needful in terms of engagement with the government so that we can arise from where we have fallen. For now, let me leave the other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Remember that questions and remarks are supposed to be for the two previous speakers. So let's, if you're asking this way, let's also ask this way. Number three, so number four. Number four.
I stand on the existing protocol. Moses Yongo is my name from Benue State. I want to appreciate the presenters. I most especially Prof for his presentation. I just have these issues which I want to be cleared. You know, one of the problem of cooperative is undercapitalization, low capital base of the cooperative, which is due to low income of level of members. And Prof has emphasized on empowering cooperatives. The question is, who empowers the cooperative? And if somebody external from the cooperative empowers the cooperative, what is the, or how is the autonomy of the cooperative? Is it not being threatened? For example, assuming government empowers cooperative now, definitely there will be some level of control. How can that be reconciled? Thank you.
Thank you. Even as the last speaker is noting, we have people from government, the directors of cooperatives, also note, so that it may be necessary for them to react to assure us that if government supports cooperatives, that they will not come and take over control of those cooperatives. It will be very reassuring. Number 5.
Thank you. Standing on the established protocols. My question, though, looking for a way forward, taking from the last presenter, the prof. The lecture was loaded and very, very interesting. But there are some things I need the prof can help us to solve or give us a way forward. Going by this paper, the question of economic development and sustainable livelihood is well emphasized, and we cannot say cooperative is short of this way to move forward. Now, there are 2 areas I want Prof to help us address. How do we reorientate our farmers? Because we cannot run away from being a farming or agri country, such that the little aids they have, whether in government or through NGOs, they will not see it as a jamboree takeaway to have a sustainable farms or agri development that can lead us to having other sources of income, raising the GDP of our country through farming and having the raw materials for the industries to thrive. That is 1. 2, how do we drive private inclusions, especially from the private sectors or the companies, to help us sustain the raw materials or the output? So these cooperators, being an off-taker, that will encourage that there is a steady market that will make them to have a stable cooperative economic society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, we had the representative of the Federal Director of Cooperatives with us. If she's here today, she should also move over to the high table. Number 6.
Good morning or good afternoon. This question goes to Alhaji Aliu Abdhai. You talked very well. Your paper is very interesting. When you got to Bauchi State, I got so excited, a case study. But I was expecting more data on what Bauchi State CFA has done over the years. They've done so well. Maybe, I don't know, but about the best in the country as far as I have learned. And so please, next time, don't be afraid. Give us more figures. How much have they given to the farmers? How much have they recovered? What have they used the money? The farmers have used the money for, and so on and so on. It would be very nice. 2 more pages full of data on Bauchi State. And I am also referring that to everybody who writes on a state or a case study. They're bringing case studies. Give us data. Don't be afraid. We are prepared to analyze your data. It's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Number 7.
Good morning, all. I think there is a connection between the presentations of the 2 speakers this morning, and that is with respect to emerging activities in the industry, the aspect of digital financing and the aspect of environmental activities. And that is the area I am concerned about. I am looking at the issue of the registrars of cooperatives, the directors and their staff, because these are the ones that we are closer to. To what extent their role preparing them, for engagement in these emerging activities? Because many of them, there is a gap. We are seeing many of them are yet to embrace some of these new areas. And it's difficult to supervise what you don't understand, you don't quite exposed to. And in this area, I think this institute, and I say it with all amount of regard and respect, even for the directors themselves, because I'm part of them. We need to develop handbook for registrars of cooperatives. Many of them, with what is happening, they come in before older ones are leaving. Somebody has observed that. Many new directors do not quite appreciate their role. And if this institute, as part of the efforts we are making to professionalize our activities, activities of cooperatives, will think about preparing handbooks for cooperative registrars, I think it will be a major contribution from us. Thank you.
That applause is saying something. Number 8.
Yeah, good morning. Most have been said, and I won't go back to those things. What I know is that it is very difficult to beat a dead horse. But I see us going somewhere, because I had one of the interventions saying that the Icopron should summon directors of cooperatives across the federation. That would be a very tall order, right? Because we don't have the enabling law to support that. But we have proposed this to the appropriate organs. And because there are a lot of things we need to harmonize. There are a lot of things we need to harmonize from one state to the other. Yes, we are talking about cooperatives, but the practice seems to be drifting from one state to the other. And there's a need to address this so that we have a harmonized position and we can deal with issues from the same perspective. But I believe we'll get there someday. We'll get there someday. And like when this opened over to me, I told him that some of the things we are doing and that we are still doing, we are not necessarily doing it because of ourselves. We are not necessarily doing them because of ourselves. But because somewhere along the line, some years or days to come, posterity will record us on the very good side of the books to say, when these ones were here, they did this and this to cooperative development. With that said, I am grateful to all the resource persons. I want to express my appreciation to my Oga, Professor Umaru Musa. For your information, he supervised my project during my senior executive course at the National Institute for Policy and Studies. And without much ado, if you mere looking at his personality, you know that when he supervises you, you're not likely to have problems. So it took time to read my dissertation and corrected them productively, that I was able to come up with something with a very good grade that course. So I'm expressing my appreciation publicly. I'm also happy that he has displayed a depth of cooperative education that I didn't phantom. All right, we are coming to Jos. I know he's a good researcher. and I nominated that he should come and talk to us. But today, he has actually gone beyond what I expected. And I've just seen that we have another resource person, a very good one at that, in him. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your take at this conference.
Thank you. After appreciating him publicly, also go and appreciate him privately. Thank you. We'll start from you.
Thank you. Once again, I'm back because of the question raised by Professor Beko. We all know life is always a continuous learning process. We learn by wherever we meet ourselves. So actually, there's going to be supporting data which should be provided in due course, because I will send it to the Chairman Education Committee so that it's going to reach anywhere that is expected to reach by God's grace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now come back to Professor. But after him, if there's any director of cooperative that wants to say something, because certain responsibilities have been pushed towards your office, you call on my attention, so I'll bring the microphone to you. Prof, come over. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the various questions and intervention. And thank you for your kind words. I thought maybe the bill has been passed. I was so confident I was talking as passed. But I just learned this morning that it's not been passed. So it means we still have opportunity to put things together. Whatever needs to be there, we need to do it. And I strongly believe the director of cooperative have responsibility in terms of coming up with maybe even strategic plan the next 5 years. Where could we be in terms of the institute? So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be there. And of course, this also involves advocacy, very, very critical in terms of lobbying sometimes to get this thing done. So Cooperative will tell you how they do it. I don't know, but we'll tell you more about how they do it. But it's very, very important that we have to get the buy-in of the state at the national level, the National Assembly, even some civil society organizations buy in, so that when we begin to push this, they will listen to us. It's something that we shouldn't keep quiet until we get this done. We have to talk and make noise until we get it done. Of course, building the capacity also, like I said, and somebody also raised the issue, is still very, very key. Whether we like it or not, we have to build the capacity. I still stand, with the institute itself. Corporate should be managed by professionals. Not just because you are part of the corporate, you just emerge and begin to lead. There are basic things that the institute need to put those who will lead through. And of course, what stops us from making our cooperative schools more stronger, strengthen them so that they will be empowering our members. I sincerely apologize, madam, for the omission. I think the order is missed there. We're still talking the same thing. Yeah, if the government gets involved in terms of building the capacity of members, not really that it might affect the autonomy of the institute. It might not. And I strongly believe that cooperatives, they know what they are doing, they know what they want to do, and they know how to manage their various organizations. So what we're saying is that it might be very difficult for you to carry out all the capacity building yourself, but nothing stops you from collaborating with the government. We are partners in terms of development. So government needs you, and for them to succeed, if they help in terms of building your capacity, well, they are doing good to themselves, not just to you. And of course, the government can also collaborate with you to identify institutions development partners that can also support you in terms of training. Go out and see what is happening in other countries, in other cooperatives. When you go, you'll be amazed that in Asia, they take cooperative very serious. And when you read the history of development in the most of the Southeast, particularly Japan, Korea, cooperative play a very, very key role. So for us, I think we need that exposure. We need to see what is happening in other parts of the world. We see the best practices so that it will help us. And I'm sure there won't be any compromise of autonomy. Okay, I think in terms of managing our resources, I think what we need to do, again, we have been doing this in various sectors, what we call behavioral insight. Let's understand, why do people behave in a particular way? What is responsible for the behavior? Why do we think that behavior needs to change? And how can we change that behavior? So that's all about behavioral insight. So a lot of that issue is a major challenge. You give people little money, all they do is go and add wines, add certain things, buy flashikas and the rest of them. So we need that reorientation. And it's about behavioral insight. Look, things are changing. Rather than just getting those to build the base so that later, you know how tree grows or plant grows. A lot of people don't know that when you plant something and you begin to see it shooting out, it goes two directions. One is shooting up, one is shooting down. The one that goes down is very important, and if not more important than the one that shoots out, is the one that gives the foundation to make it very strong to produce fruit. So if they want just to enjoy the little that they have, then of course the root will not go down. So they need that behavioral insight so that they understand this little capital that you have is about investing it. Later, when the dividend begins to come, you can enjoy all those things that you enjoy. So reorientation, particularly in terms of behavioral insight, is very, very key. Help us more in this. And I think those are the key issues. Let me say, I wish you all the best, and we look forward to ensuring that your bill passes. If you want to partner with us, see what we can do in terms of packaging, we are available to help you. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. A bigger round of applause. Thank you. So, does any of the direct save your office? Okay. Director of Corporate Plateau State.
Okay. Good morning, all. Honestly, I want to seize this opportunity to express my gratitude to you all. It's not easy to come back for the second time here on the plateau for national program like this. It's a sacrifice. So we're going to say a very big thank you to all of you. Honestly, we here on the plateau, we are privileged. We are so lucky enough with our governor. The present governor has been a friendly governor, cooperative friendly. We have never experienced support like this. And he is so interested, so care about cooperative. And that is why he always encourage even people at the grassroots. We have been going around to the grassroots for sensitization, awareness, and people have started knowing, understanding what is cooperative. And that's why from the rural areas, you see them coming to register. And as we heard from our commissioner, we have been experienced a lot of registration here on the plateau. And in the department, honestly, as we said, we need capacity building. In the department, we're just professionals. We're just like 3 of us. And the whole department, we are the staff and myself, we are just 9. And you know what it means. So please, with Icopron, I believe we'll do something to build and to encourage I just want, because of the interest that the governor of the day has, he has introduced a course, cooperative course in Plateau State Polytechnic right away. We have a course. So with his support, so I believe that things will change and we have started seeing changes. Thank you. God bless you all.
Cop. Here, there, and everywhere. I'm standing as the Deputy Director of Anambra State and the Vice President of the Institute representing Southeast. When they are talking about some of the laws that members of the cooperative desire that it should be amended in cooperative, some of them was of the opinion that the affairs or the activities of the government, which comes partly from the regulatory body, should be removed. I want to remind us in cooperative that if multinational companies like MTN, Glo can be regulated by NCC, you find that there is this need for the regulatory body which comes from the directorate, most of us that is in the regulatory part of it. So on that note, all we need to do as an institution is to empower these aspects of the cooperative, which is the regulatory. And part of the way to empower them, I want to bring it to our notice as institution. Some members, even yesterday we gathered here, we have the opinion that some directors, we have some training that they desire that the director pays around 200 so that they can be trained. And I'm advising the institution, if it is possible, let there be one-on-one relationship with the director. I thank God for this decision that was taken this year for the directors of cooperative to come here so that they will have sense of responsibility and belonging in the institution. Because before now, personally, I hear my director always complain that the institution don't carry them along. And that is why some of them tends to enlapse on some of their responsibility. And another thing I want to suggest is that the speaker yesterday, Professor Teresa, talked about psychological empowerment. I think one thing about life is saying it and saying it and saying it continually. If the directors and the staffs of cooperative department will be empowered, you will find out that those lapses that is coming out from the regulatory body is going to be eliminated. And another thing, if God help the institution to be chartered, let it be enshrined that those that will be in the management of cooperative departments will be those that are coming from the institute or those that are studied cooperative. So that is going to help us. Because for now, most of the things that make some of the directors in some states not to be able to be active and do the things they have to do, some of them are appointees of the government. And you find that so many people cannot stand against those people that elected them or put them into some certain position. So I believe that if the institute itself is going to help to empower the office of the directorate in cooperative departments, they are going to do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A long time ago, 2002, when I was appointed the executive secretary of Abia State Cooperative Federation, in that meeting where they handed over to me, in the handing over, they told me that the federation had no money. But at the end of the meeting, one of the directors asked me what of their sitting allowance. And I was asking, who should pay the other sitting allowance? You're just handing over to me now. And you're telling me that there's no money in the federation. And at the same time, you're asking me for sitting allowance. I'm telling this story to tell the directors of corporates that they are not visitors. Who owns Icopron? Icopron is made up of all the professionals in the cooperative system. Whether you're a director, which is regulatory, or you're a lecturer, which is to facilitate, or you're a federation, which is operating it, or you're an NGO, which is promoting it, or any other, wherever you're coming from, as long as you're part of the cooperative family, you're part of Icopron. So when you say that the Icopron is not carrying the directors along, we begin to wonder who is supposed to carry each other along. please, the directors should be assured that they are supposed to be strongly footed in Icopron as part, maybe not even equal, higher owners of this body. What we are doing, tasking ourselves, is because there's a vacuum. If government, through the directors, have been coming forward, some of the things we've been doing using our money, tasking people, won't be doing it. They will have been relating better with government. Government will have taken its rightful position, including financing some of the things that we've been doing before. So please, the directors of Cooperative, Icopron belongs to you, just the way it belongs to the other professionals that are involved. Nobody should be waiting for another person to carry the person along. Each time we call a meeting, attend, and you will see. After all, you were not the one who asked me to ask the directors to come over to this place. We give them all the recognitions, but what we cannot do is to come to your different states and be dragging you from your different states to come and join. We are using our money to do certain things. So I'm glad to recognize that what we are doing is to help your work. So what you need to do is hear about Icopron meeting. Please be part of it. You see that nobody but will be embraced. Not anybody that to give you aside. Thank you very much. Are you a director of Cooperative?
Okay. Good morning, executive members of Icopron and all the conference attendees. My name is Ibrahim Shaibu from Kano State, representing Director of Cooperative Societies, Kano State, as an Assistant Director of Cooperative, Kano State. So I would like to send my appreciation to you for this successful conference. And on the other hand, cooperatives, I want to extend my contribution towards cooperative development in Nigeria. As we know, every day the director sits with commissioner in his office and discuss with the cooperative activities in that particular state. So the directors should supposed to ensure that they bring the development, the policy that state can implement so as to develop the activities of cooperatives in that state. And under each and every cooperative department in every state, we have 6 units. Just like in Kano, we have staff development, heading with sectional head staff development. And we have audit department, heading by sectional head audit. We have cooperative statistic department, and it's also headed by the head of statistic. We have education, training, and information department. So all these units supposed to do their work as it's supposed. There is mandate for each and every unit. There is registration unit also. So we're supposed to sit down with our sectional heads, maybe in every end of the week, so as to work as we're supposed to do. You know, cooperative is of 3 pillars. There is academics, the movement, and the regulatory body. So one cannot do without the other. So you must combine together to bring development in each and every state. So what I observe is that most of the cooperative societies that are functioning are staff cooperative societies. But the artisan, agricultural, and other cooperative societies are not functioning almost in every state. So we must do the possible things that will make those to function as well. So this is my contribution from Kano State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have dealt with this very satisfactorily. To go on, we'll call on the next paper presenter, who incidentally is a provost of a state cooperative college. Just like the last issue we trashed, the provosts of cooperative colleges, whether they are state or federal, heads of departments of cooperatives in tertiary institutions, whether they are universities or polytechnics, are supposed to be members of Icopron. And we are today in Plateau State. This is North Central, and there are several colleges of agriculture that offer cooperatives, economics and management. Their provost heads of departments are not here. They're supposed to be part of this because the idea is everybody learns something from a conference. Nobody knows it all. So each time we interact like this, even from those people that are practicing it, those that are teaching it learn something from them, which they are going to use further in their tutorials. So we want to very specially recognize Brahim Fatah, who is the provost of Ogun State Cooperative College, all the way from Abeokuta. He doesn't just participate, but he also shares his knowledge. Today, he's going to be talking to us on supporting members' businesses through cooperative outreach and stakeholders' engagement. Brahim.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not receiving the right response. I'm most appreciative for this opportunity to make my own contribution to the discourse. It is indeed a privilege. And I should just say that what I'll be discussing, I hope we'll be able to provide a very strong foundation for engaging discussion in the course of this conference. As I've been rightly introduced, the topic I have before me is supporting members' businesses through cooperative outreach and stakeholders engagement. No. Drawing from the theme of this conference, unlocking opportunities in cooperative to build stronger and more effective national economy. I want to posit that for us to unlock those hidden opportunities that we have in cooperative, it requires that we have a paradigm shift in the way we practice cooperative. In other words, there must be a departure from what we have in the past and what is currently happening, and moving into the future such that we'll be able to have a sustainable cooperative. It has been widely accepted that cooperative is a very vital vehicle in driving economic development. That is not debatable. And within that cooperative, we have members who are active players in diverse sectors, nano SMEs, trade and commerce, agriculture, housing, just name it. But there is a snag. By virtue of the cooperative being member-centric, there is that low connection between the member and the society. The relationship as at present is still largely nominal, such that what we have is more of credit financing, irrespective of whatever name we call our societies. The basic thing we do is that we extend credit to our members. And in the course of that, there are some challenges that are faced, that members are facing. One of such is limited technical know-how and business training. Because if we expect individual members who are on their own, business operators, they also require effective knowledge about their businesses, which cooperative is supposed to be doing. But that is lacking. There is also poor market information and access, and in some cases, low feasibility and the functionality within the value chain. Now, for the cooperative, as part of our moving forward, for the cooperative to play a role in ensuring that we have a more visible enterprise, a more resilient business organization, a more sustainable business organization, then two of the major ways by which cooperative can come in is the effective member outreach and robust engagement with stakeholders. When we are talking about cooperative outreach, that is a situation where within the cooperative society, members are extended with services, information, resources, and opportunities that they were able to utilize to drive their business. So we are looking in the area of advocacy and communication, member mobilization, capacity building, then establishing linkages and networks that they can capitalize upon. When this is done, we expect that there will be better opportunity, better positioned to access finance and credit, then utilize the market information and business network to build their resilience. That is one way. Then the stakeholder engagement will provide the opportunity for them to enhance external support, attract funding and technical partnership. Now, if you're talking of stakeholder, who is a stakeholder? I think it's important we ask ourselves that question. We have stakeholder internally, we have externally. Within the society, individual members are stakeholders. The employees of the cooperative are also stakeholders. Externally, those who are affected by the business practice are stakeholders, or those who, by virtue of what they do, by virtue of their activities, will affect the future, the continuity of the business. They are stakeholders. Those who provide resources for the business to drive are stakeholders. Those within the communities where the business is operating, they are part of the stakeholders. The labor movements that provide the workforce, they are part of the stakeholders. We can immediately recall when, is it Pengasan? When they had issue with Dangote. At the end of the day, what came out of it? At the national level, we are made to know how many billions of dollars we have lost because of that few days of inactivity. Dangote also came out to tell us about disruptions in their business operation. So that tells us the value of engaging stakeholders in our business operations. Now, in looking at this, identifying the stakeholders, there are different models of analyzing stakeholders. I've noted about 4 of them. We have the salience model, the power interest grid, stakeholder knowledge-based chart, and power predictability matrix. The salience model is assessing or analyzing stakeholders on the strength of attributes. Three major attributes. One, the power they exercise in moving the business. Two, the legitimacy they confer on the business by virtue of their acceptance or otherwise. Then three, the urgency that their opinion will drive in the course of running the business. And the stakeholder knowledge-based chart analyzes the stakeholders based on the knowledge they have about the business and their attitude to the use of that knowledge. There are four variants. One, we have those who are aware, who are sufficiently informed about the business, but they will still go ahead to oppose the business. And we have those, by virtue of what they know, the business can leverage on their support to drive sustainability. And on the other side of the divide, we have those who are ignorant. In spite of their ignorance, some will support, while some will oppose. Then the power interest grade is analyzing stakeholders based on their power and interest. We also have four variants. We have those who have low power, low interest, and require that they are monitored for possible changes in their position. And we have those with high power, low interest, and we require that they are continuously kept satisfied. Then those with high power and high interest, they require to be closely managed. Then we have low power, high interest, who will require to be continuously be informed. Then the third one is the predictability. Here also, the power predictability model. Here also, we have four variants. We have those that by virtue of their power, they are powerful, and we can also determine or engage or predict how they are going to react to the business. Then we have those that we cannot readily predict, but they have high power. Those category of people constitute the greatest danger to the business. Then we have low power, low predictability. They are unpredictable, but they can comfortably be managed because of the level of their power. Now, why do we need to do this analysis? The analysis of stakeholders will give us opportunity. Now, we have listed the various stakeholders we have so that we don't unnecessarily ventilate time in engaging all of them. That analysis will provide opportunity for us to prioritize the strengths, the weaknesses, the capacities of each of the stakeholders to affect the business, such that the level of communication that will be required to engage them can be appropriately determined. Now, in looking at this topic, there is a theoretical foundation that we can also look at. I have identified two theoretical foundations. One emanates from the principle of cooperative education, training, and information principle. Of course, as professionals, I believe we already know the value of the continuous education and training. That has been emphasized several since yesterday. Then secondly is the stakeholder theory, which was put forward by Freeman in 1984. And the focus of that stakeholder theory is that rather than emphasizing more on maximization of return to shareholders in a business, there is also the need to look in the direction of the interests of the different stakeholders that are affecting the business to ensure sustainability, to be able to determine how to manage their interests, how to manage their opinion, how to manage their views for the business to achieve a long-term success. Now, what are the dimensions for us to undertake outreach and engagement? Several dimensions have been listed. We have capacity building, which will help to enhance the capacity of members in the area of business training, ICT, financial literacy, then information and advisory services that will expose members to market trends, policies, and development within the business environment, finance access and investment opportunities, which will provide opportunity for members to, in terms of access to loan, bulk purchase of inputs, microfinance links with a view to reducing costs and also boost investment opportunity. Then we have another dimension of market linkage, networking and value chain integration. Here we'll be talking about branding, value chain development, business partnership collaboration, hoping to leverage on that to achieve integration into value chain, achieve market expansion, particularly for exports, and also in profitability of the business. Then we also look at the policy partnerships and advocacy. Here I'll be looking in the direction of government, NGOs, private sectors, and other business supports that can help to drive the growth of the business and also provide enabling environment for the business to operate. Now, doing all of this, what are the benefits that we are likely to achieve? One, we have talked about business growth and profitability when we're able to have a synergy between the internal dynamics and the external stakeholder collaboration. It's expected that the rate of growth and profitability of the business will increase. Then it's also expected that we'll be able to have a stronger member loyalty and trust, having increased the collaboration, the synergy between the member and the society. So the tendency is there for the member to see the society as a partner and not just as a tool, as we have now. Largely, most members see their society as tools where they just draw funds to undertake whatever operations they want to do. But where the cooperative is actually involved functionally in the success of the individual member's business, then that bond will be stronger. Then, of course, another outcome is increased resilience and visibility. The individual businesses, this is in two ways. One, individual businesses will have had opportunity to establish more visibility. Then, two, the effectiveness of the cooperative in supporting members' business will also have been well grounded, such that within the community, that recognition will be there, that cooperative is actually playing that role expected as driver of economic development. And that would dovetail into rural development and inclusion. Much has been talked about the inclusion here involving the youth, the women, and those with disabilities within the community. Then the strengthening of social capital, the trust, the bond, and the relationship among members within the society, then between members of the society and the community will be enhanced. In spite of these beauties, there are inherent challenges and limitations that I have identified. One of them is the fragmentation of cooperative. As beautiful as the partnership and collaboration we are fostering is, we have challenges as at present that can impede the actualization of that objective. One is fragmentation. Fragmentation exists at different levels. We have fragmentation at the local level, where each society are operating in isolation. We have fragmentation at the state level and at the national level. If we're able to, there is no synergy, strong synergy between the movement of the cooperative societies across states. If we look at the trajectory of cooperative practice in Nigeria, as at present, we discover that the way and manner it is practiced in the different geopolitical zones of Nigeria differ. And that makes it difficult for us to have a common identity, a common focus on how to drive that development. So it is a challenge. Then we also have limited resources and funding. To undertake some of these activities will require funding, but by virtue of how the funding in cooperative is driven, which comes in trickles from their share capital and savings contribution of members, it could impede the rate at which this will be achieved. Then another challenge is member heterogeneity. The composition of membership in most of the cooperatives, we have members with diverse interests, members with diverse literacy level, members with diverse economic capacity. So it becomes difficult for the cooperative to be able to move as one. So that is why there is need for us to move towards the point of having specialized cooperative, as we used to have in the past. The drift to multi-purpose cooperative may not allow us to achieve the desired dream that we have. But if we have cooperative societies that are specialized in specific business line and is able to attract members who have interest in that specific business line, then it will be much easier for the cooperative society to engage in the outreach and stakeholder engagement. Then conflicting stakeholder interests. The different stakeholders obviously will have their different interests. At times, they could be challenging for the cooperative to be able to manage these different interests. Then weak regulatory framework and policy inconsistency over time with different changes in government and different government orientations, different policies that does not encourage continuity in cooperative business operation. Then there is a risk of mission drift, even where the cooperative have been able to bring together the stakeholders. There is the danger of having a situation where the interest of those stakeholders, particularly where the the society seems to be getting some substantial support from them, the interest of the stakeholders could override the interest of individual members. So the danger in that is for the cooperative to be drifting towards the interest of those stakeholders rather than the interest of members of the society. So having identified those challenges and limitations, what are the strategies to overcome them? One, that is need to conduct this assessment. Each society need to carry out the functional need assessment of their members. That will guide them on how to determine the nature of the outreach activity. Then offering tailored training and mentorship. Having identified the interests of their members, then it will be much easier for the society to determine the nature of the training to be extended to members. And that also will guide in strengthening the information system such that the right information, the appropriate information, using the appropriate channel is communicated to members. Then building strong stakeholder networks. That also is another strategy. Then strengthening cooperative federation. That, as we all know, within the cooperative structure, we have 3 tiers. There is need to have a strong collaboration within the 3 tiers, such that the role to be played by each of the tiers will be properly defined. I often use agricultural cooperative as an example. Most of the agricultural cooperatives that we have, particularly in my side of the country, are not really agricultural cooperative practices anymore. Most of them engage in credit extension. But when we have functional agricultural cooperatives at the primary level, where the farmers are domiciled, they will engage in the farming activity. The society will play the role of input supply to the members. With that, members will gain advantage of lower costs of production. Then after harvest, rather than the members individually seeking for market, the society will serve as a ready-made market for the members. And 2 things will be achieved. One, they'll be able to upload all their input, all their outputs rather. And secondly, they will also be assured of stable income from the operation. I often joke in my area, there is what we call Ojaoko. That is the produce from the rural dwellers, from the market women. Usually the women will understand. They target purchasing from those rural dwellers early in the morning. By 6:30, 7 o'clock, they're at the market. They are sure that they're going to get those produce at very cheap prices. And I say that when we do that, we are shortchanging the farmers. Why are they selling at giveaway prices? One, they have brought their produce to the market at a cost. 2, there is the fear that if they are unable to sell the produce, they are going to incur costs in taking them back to their farm. 3, when they take them back to their farm, they'll be faced with the challenge of storage, and that will come with spoilage. So rather than to have that expanded losses, they will prefer to reduce their loss such that they will sell at giveaway prices. But if we have a well-integrated cooperative, they needed not going through that route. Their produce will just go to the society. The society will stand as the collector. The union will stand as the aggregator. The society will service the union. The union will now be in a position to look for bigger. That is not fully exhausted. The tertiary level can come in and processing facilities. So what comes from the primary level will drive to the union, and at the level, the processing facility is provided. Of course, for the processing facility to be profitable, it must be assured of continuous input supply at the right quantity. If we are the processing, the processing facility at that level will be assured of the right input to serve the plant. And at the same time, the producers have been assured of appropriate income. Their income is on two levels. From their production, they have been able to meet their cost of production and achieve reasonable profit. Then from what the union has sold, they are also getting some profit from it. Then what comes from the processing also trickle down to the members. So it becomes a win-win situation for all of us. And that is one of the areas where the federations can be strengthened. Then facilitating access to finance and markets, ensuring inclusive governance and participation helped us to remove some of the challenges that we are currently facing in the way and manner that we practice the cooperative in the country. So by conclusion, what we are saying is that outreach and stakeholder engagement are vital for cooperative. And where we have been able to build capacity, collaboration, capacity market access, and resilience, institutionalizing all the practices will help us to sustain the cooperative movement and will really have the cooperative of our dream that will actually functionally and effectively drive the economic development of our country. Thank you very much for your listening attention.
Thank you so much. I thought you would have been around this side until we allow you to go. We have not allowed you to go. So you stay around here until we allow you to go. The questions will not come immediately. The responses, remarks, not come immediately. We'll take the next paper. And I think after that, we take yet another paper, 3 of them in a row before interjections. Now, the next paper is on cooperative innovativeness through entrepreneurship and value additions, the Nigerian context. Cooperative innovativeness through entrepreneurship and value additions, the Nigerian context. The lecturer who is going to take it is from the Department of Cooperative Economics and Management, Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Owerri. He happens to be the chairman of the Education Committee himself of this institute. And he has been responsible for organizing our MCPTs. And all of you can attest that we normally have very successful MCPTs. True of us, very successful MCPTs. So one of the strong people also handling our International Journal on Cooperatives is part and parcel of it. So why am I saying not? To whom much is given, much is also expected. He often talks about people who come out here, that they are managers of men, that they are managers of materials. And he wants to know how they will also manage time. I am talking of no other personality than Dr. Okafor, without arrow, according to President Okorofia. So let's see how you manage time too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Coop. Yeah. Okay, this morning we'll be talking about cooperative innovativeness through entrepreneurship and value addition, with Nigeria as our case study. We all know what cooperatives are all about. We'll be discussing that. But we'll remember that cooperatives started in Nigeria in the 1930s. And you will recall that in those days, when we talked about cooperatives, what they were doing majorly was just to aggregate the produce of farmers and help them get them, or to help them access credit. And at some stage, when we had ANC, that Association of Nigerian Cooperative Exporters, to help them to export, because the colonial governments that established these cooperatives were actually interested in the export of raw materials for their industries. Those were the things the early cooperatives of the 30s were doing. But fast forward to 2025, the question one will ask is, should our cooperatives be doing the same thing they were doing in the 1930s? That's the crux of this paper. And as professionals, it has become necessary for us to introduce innovativeness so that these cooperative societies can step up beyond what the cooperatives used to do in the 30s, now that we are in the 2025 and so on. So what do we mean by cooperative innovativeness? We are talking about the ability of cooperative organizations to develop new products, services, or processes, and to adopt creative approaches to governance and management. So first of all, is the ability to do things in a better way, whether we are talking about the products or the services or procedures, to do it in a better way. Secondly, the willingness. If we are able to do it, are we actually willing to do it? These are the two issues in innovativeness. Before the third aspect, which is to continuously want to be changing as things change. Because the only thing that is constant in life is what? Change. Now, there are imperatives of cooperative innovativeness. That is, there are reasons, compelling reasons why we must innovate. The first one is technological. Things are advancing. Things are no longer the way they were. Technology has shrunk the world into a global village. Certain things that we were doing in the 20, 30 years ago, if you do it now, people say you're obsolete, you're analog. So technology has brought in changes. While technology is bringing in changes, why should cooperatives remain obsolete? Continue to maintain the old order. And this is so serious that I know that even when this new cooperative law, which is now old now, was introduced, some states did not want to adopt it. They found it difficult to adopt because they got used to the old laws that for them it was like learning how to do things with their left hand at old age. But we have found now those laws are outdated. So technology is advancing to the extent that we cannot remain and maintain the way we're doing things in the past. The second why we must innovate is that the old people who have been managing cooperatives are retiring, not just as cooperative staff, even in practice. And we are encouraging new people to come in. The way we do things are different from the way we do things. In fact, the way we see things are different. If we are going to bring these Gen Zs into cooperatives, why should we be continuing with the old order of doing things? It cannot resonate with them. It cannot fit in. And that is why many of them can't join cooperatives. Some will join. And if you ask them, why didn't we see you yesterday in a meeting? I said, those people are very archaic. I don't know what they are doing there. So if we are going to encourage these youths to join cooperatives, we must also innovate. The third reason why we also have to innovate is due to market pressures. Like I said, technology has shrunk the world into a global village. There are people who sell businesses without having stores now. They have online platforms. They advertise their products. If you make an order, they give you the account number, you pay money into it, and they use courier service and other delivery services platform and supply the goods to you. And those people are challenging and competing with those who have stores. There are market pressure, things are changing, products are even changing. So, and the cooperatives are not operating in mass or in Jupiter. We are competing with these other people who are adopting these new ways of doing things. And these new ways actually introduce faster ways. So if we remain the way we were, continue to do things the way we're doing them, we'll not be able to compete in the new market space. And then policy institutional support. Different governments, both from the state and the federal government, introduce programs like we have the Renewed Hope Agenda for agriculture, for housing, and so on. All those programs come with processes. And some of those processes are different from the way we've been operating before. So we need to learn the new ways these programs want us to do to be able to achieve or benefit from these new programs that governments and other promoters of the system and development efforts are introducing. So when we talk about cooperative innovation, which is what innovativeness will eventually lead to, we are looking at product innovation. And product innovation, some people have already said it. Why should we allow farmers cooperatives to still sell their products raw? And I've said it always that if farmers join a cooperative society, farmers cooperative society, and after 10 years, they still produce cassava and sell the cassava raw, that cooperative has failed its members. What you must innovate. The member must feel an advantage for having joined a higher, more sophisticated organization. And you know, in product management, you can either change the state of the product by adding value through processing. So you can process your cassava into gari, into starch, into ethanol, and then they reap the profit that those middlemen who buy this cassava from them usually reap. Why would middlemen be richer than the producers? It's as a result of the failure of institutions like cooperatives. Because if we take up what middlemen do, and these middlemen are not even richer than some members of the cooperative, it's just that they have identified that business niche as entrepreneurs and they are exploiting those opportunities. Cooperatives, once the members understand that if they process their goods to make more money, and that their leadership will not cheat them by stealing that money that have been made. They will join. They will agree with adding value. They will agree with product innovation. Now, simple economics has told us that the areas of production have cheaper prices than other areas. So the way you can also add value to product innovation is to move those products from the areas of productivity to the areas where they don't produce those items. Naturally, the prices are higher in those areas. So why wouldn't the cooperative take advantage of this niche by at least transporting the cooperatives from the areas of production, the farms, to the markets in the urban areas where prices are higher to the benefit of the members that are the producers. Also, economists has told us that prices are lower during the time of production and higher during the off-season. And so all it needs for the cooperative to convince the member that let us not sell during production. Let us wait 2, 3, 4 months after. The prices may even double. All you need to do is for the cooperative to provide storage or processing facilities, so that those products can be kept properly, stored properly. When the prices are better, they will now sell. Not to talk of when you now introduce a system where you process the product, store them for time, and then transport them to where the prices are higher. You've made the members millionaires automatically. And so, look at your cooperatives or the cooperatives you supervise 10 years after the farmers' cooperatives have been working, and there is no such value addition. You know that there's something wrong with either the cooperative or the members of the cooperative. Now, we'll also talk about the process innovation. And this process innovation talks about how do we market goods, or the platforms, or how we prepare our accounts, all those processes that we've been using before. I've argued that technology has introduced faster and better ways of even preparing your accounts, of notifying members for meetings. I was part of a cooperative society that used to pass circulars during meetings. They prepare circulars, and the PRO, they will cut it not to save paper into short notice. PRO will take the circulars and start going to in these short notice to give to members, so they know that they be meeting on so and so date themselves. Still in that is that process to inform members about meetings. I don't think there's a cooperative site, even local or rural sites, that don't have WhatsApp platforms now. So that once there's a notice, you paste it there, everybody will read it at the comfort of his home. If there are cooperatives that don't have WhatsApp platform, because that is the minimum, then it's unfortunate. We need to upgrade. Now, even our annual accounts, you know, there are cooperatives today. In fact, I was reading one. That's why we brought in Copify the last time, because I saw where members of Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, they established a cooperative society. If you pay your share capital through transfer, while you're still watching, the cooperative society will send you a notification that you have subscribed 10,000 shares. In addition to the 20,000 shares you used to have, your total shares is now 30,000 shares in your phone. In your phone. And at the end of the year, that platform will produce a balance sheet. Members, a list of members' financial contributions to the cooperative that will have columns for share capital, thrift savings, special savings, loan refund, loan taking, loan refund, loan balance, and so on. So that when you're coming for a meeting for a discussion, you already have those information and it will be easy for members to discuss. Where you have annual general meetings where they come and distribute papers, there in the meeting, no meaningful discussion will take place, because you wouldn't have even had time to go through it, to digest, to make references, to confirm issues for discussions. So today in 2025, we need to go into process innovation. There are better ways of doing things, and we need to introduce them in cooperatives, because organizations that companies are competing with are already advancing. We also have organizational innovation. And when we talk about organization, we're talking about improving cooperative governance, leadership, and member participation. Well, one of our greatest problems in the cooperative sector is that our managers are usually elected. In small cooperatives, they can't have a board of directors who will now come and employ management. So those that are elected will become the managers. That's why we talk about management committee. And you know that for you to be able to win an election, it's not usually based on your managerial competence. It's about your popularity. And if you have the misfortune, which we usually have, of electing people who are not properly versed in management of cooperative sites, many speakers have said that you can't give what you do not have. So you end up having managers, though well-intentioned, who will run down the cooperative site. So why don't we introduce, maybe in addition to insisting that once managers are elected, or president, secretary, financial secretaries are elected, they must go for a training program to bring them up to the level that we need. Banks do it. If you read banking and finance in a university or a polytechnic, and you make a distinction or a first class, First Bank, when they employ you, they still send you for training, despite your first class, so that you go and learn what they are doing in First Bank and not what they taught you in the classroom. So when we elect people, why don't we insist that they go for training so that they know and understand what this new arena, every new thing requires study. Secondly, we have a situation which we can also adopt. Yet you have the owned outside non-executive directors. You can appoint people who are not even members of the cooperative, but who are experts that have retired to come and join you. Non-executive directors. Some of them may be specialists in finance. They attend their meetings and it's free of charge. Some of them are happy to give advice, especially when they agree with the philosophy of the cooperative that tries to develop their locality. So the man has worked in Lagos or in Abuja, or sorry, the woman has worked in Lagos, in Abuja, and has retired and has come to the village and is looking for a way to support development in the village. He notices there's a cooperative society that is struggling with financial management. You appoint him in your board or in your committee. He attends your meetings, crosses his legs, listens to you people. After some time, gives advice on how you can improve on the management of the cooperative. He will not charge you any money. He's just happy to do it, to contribute. I know some presidents are afraid that when you start having such authorities contributing, in the next general meeting, people will ask him to come and join and contest. But they may not be interested because these people may have served in multinationals that took them here and there. They won't be interested, but they will be happy to give advice. Let us consider such opportunities, such options, and bring them to bear in our cooperative societies for them to help us. In the past, we used to have traveling secretaries. For cooperative societies that don't have qualified secretaries, the secondary societies used to employ a traveling secretary, a qualified traveling secretary, who will be going around visiting the cooperative societies and helping in preparing, updating their books, helping them to keep their records. If Plateau State has, the Department of Cooperative in Plateau has 5 staff, and only 3 of them are professionals, and there are maybe 1,000 registered cooperative societies in Plateau, because I understand that when Madam Pauline Talen was a commissioner for women affairs, that time they were promoting rural, better life for rural women. They all registered cooperative societies. Are you saying that 3 professional staff will be able to supervise these cooperative societies successfully? It is not possible. And somebody reminded us yesterday that these cooperative institutions that are chunking out BSc cooperatives, ND, HND cooperatives, the secondary societies can employ them and make them traveling secretaries. So where the director staff cannot reach or where they are inadequate, these people can, fit in and help the cooperative societies so that the cooperative societies will do well. We can't just be giving complaints and excuses without attempting new options that are available before us, which you can use and help. We also, yes, marketing innovation. This is another type of innovation. How do you market your products? Cooperative societies. How do you market the products of your members? And remember that in this discussion of cooperative development, the member is in the center of it. If you develop your cooperative society and members' welfare and economies are not promoted, it's a mission drift. You have not done anything. Because for the cooperative to do well means that the members of the cooperative are doing well in their different businesses. Maybe majority of the participants here are members of workers' cooperative. And what I'm saying, they may not understand it because workers' cooperatives, they just deduct your savings and put when you want a loan, you come and take a loan. These ones, and then naturally, members of the workers' cooperatives are educated. It's easy for them to learn the things you are doing and manage their money because before they start saving, they also already know what they are going to use the money for. But workers' cooperative constitute less than 20% of the cooperatives we have. Are they even up to 20%? No. Majority of the cooperatives are the farmers' cooperative, the artisans' cooperatives, those ones that are located in the towns and villages, struggling to see how the cooperative will help their businesses. And majority are farmers' cooperatives or agricultural cooperatives. And these are the people we need to target. After this discussion, those that are part of the director staff must go back and make sure that these entrepreneurs, because whether you like it or not, those members of cooperative societies are sole proprietors. I usually tell our people, we are not competing with sole proprietors. We are promoting them. Cooperative businesses are not competing with sole proprietors. When you list the types of business organizations, the people we are competing with are joint stock companies because we are the ones promoting sole proprietorship. Our members are sole proprietors. If you go to a farmers cooperative, the members of the farmers cooperative are farmers. That is their business. How is this cooperative they have joined promoting their farming businesses? That is the important thing. And so, how does the cooperative help the members to market their products? If fishermen join a fishermen cooperative or an agricultural cooperative society, the principal thing that cooperative society will be talking about is how to make sure that members market their fishes for the highest return. After helping them in production, maybe providing fish feed and other facilities, how will these fishermen who are our members market their fishes and get the highest benefit? And that is where processing, drying, storage, and so on, or even cold rooms where you can freeze these fishes come in. And it's only when you do this that you will have added value to what they are producing. And therefore, when you are marketing, you can process, grade, package, label these products so that it is with a label that you can advertise. And if it is a Bayelsa fish that we are talking about, you can now put Bayelsa special fish. Put it in the internet. People will now be asking, which one is Bayelsa special fish? These fishes may have been produced by 1,000 different fishermen, but because you standardized it, packaged it, and gave it a name, people will be asking for Bayelsa special fish. And you put an email address or a phone number, you'll be surprised by the number of people that will be contacting you they want to buy. And Bayelsa fishes may be consumed in Kano. Do you understand? Out of all this, if Bayelsa continues to produce fishes meant for only Bayelsans to eat, their effect will not be national. And I've often said, cooperatives are businesses. It is not our primary objective to target food security. That is the primary objective of government. It is our own primary objective for our members to make the highest profit they can make in their businesses. The after or ripple down effect can lead to food security. which will now agree with the government intention. But if you start with that government intention of food security, so that every Bayelsa man will eat fish before the man in Kano State eats our fish, you're not a businessman. Businessmen look for the highest return. And for our cooperative businesses to do well, they have to promote our members to make the highest profit. And they can do that through market innovation. Now, entrepreneurship. I've already said that members of cooperative societies are sole proprietors. I'm talking about our primary cooperative society. And sole proprietors are entrepreneurs. They have to harmonize all the factors of production to go into businesses. And those businesses have to be profitable for them to remain in it. So, what are we doing in order to make our members better entrepreneurs so that all the stories about access to finance, because that is one of the things that the entrepreneur will do. Where do I source my finance for production? At the cheapest rate, not the one that Money Doubler, you go and access finance through Money Doubler. Every month is times 100 interest, every month times 100 interest. Cooperative societies should be able to find out how members can get access to finance, either directly through the banks or through on lending, where the banks trust the cooperatives, gives the money to the cooperatives, and the cooperatives will turn back and give the loans down to their members. Entrepreneurs also look at other aspects, marketing, finance. I've already talked about finance and so on. These are the things that will make their businesses profitable. It is the duty of the cooperative. And I'm happy that the CFN is here. The problems that primary cooperative societies cannot solve for their members, those problems should be graduated to the secondary, taken to the secondary cooperative society. That is why they are affiliates of those secondary cooperative societies. And the problems the secondary cooperative societies cannot solve for their members, they take them to the tertiary cooperatives, and eventually will come to the CFN. The CFN should be able to talk with banks. Which bank in Nigeria is cooperative friendly? CFN, I hope you're listening. In the next 6 months, you should be able to address the cooperative movement and tell them that I've held a discussion with XYZ banks, and XYZ bank is willing to give soft loans or loans with better conditions to cooperative societies due to that negotiation. Because each time you approach any agency and tell them that CFN represents 60 million Nigerians, that organization must listen. Because 60 million Nigerians is half or a third of the population of this country. And these are people who are willing to work for their money. They are not 60 million beggars, 60 million entrepreneurs. So if they adopt your bank as the cooperative bank or cooperative friendly bank, the fortune of that bank is bound to change. And this goes to all the other suppliers, fertilizer suppliers. Why should we be chasing supplier fertilizers to come and bring us? If we position ourselves properly, fertilizer suppliers will be chasing us. Because if CFN says it is MNO fertilizer supplier that cooperative societies should buy fertilizer from during this year, everybody will go. All the other fertilizer suppliers will have a problem. And so these are challenges that we have to escalate from the small cooperative societies are going until we get to the CF. Apart from entrepreneurship, we also talk about value addition. I've already that cooperative societies that have operated for years should be able to look back and identify these you have added to the members' businesses. Because these members have joined you. They contribute money. They attend meetings, wasting their time. They patronize, you're willing to patronize. What value have you added? And this value will come through different ways. There are economic value addition, which I mentioned as product, access to resources and markets, financial inclusion, entrepreneurship development, employment, income security, training and skill development. All these are economic value addition. When members have joined the cooperative society, they should be able to look back after 2, 3, 4, 5 years and say, indeed, we have benefited in this manner from this cooperative society. There are also social value addition. Issue of solidarity. Do you know that after some time, after exposing your members through the processes of the cooperative, they become better citizens than non-members? Because in the cooperative, that the majority will have their say, sorry, minority will have their say, but majority will have their way. And that thing they have learned in the cooperative, that as you cast your vote, you are surrendering your own authority to manage to the committee that you have elected. Once they go to the larger society, the communities where they belong, they are the ones who explain to the people, once you have elected this, will allow them to work now, because what you did is to ask them to manage your resources on your behalf. So cooperatives are schools of democracy. These processes will help them to become better citizens. They are actually additions of values to the members. There are many others in terms of economic empowerment and so on, because these are prospects, value access to finance, digital transformation, youth and innovation. And I keep saying, at this stage, please, let us all be thinking of transiting from manually preparing an accounts and other things to digital. There are digital platforms that are not just simple. I mean, they are user-friendly, it's easy to learn, but they are faster and more accurate. That as we are discussing now, if you ask the person keeping that digital platform to give me the trial balance, that he presses a button and the trial balance comes out. When some of us were working in the field, to extract the balance of cooperative societies, you need to visit the society. At times, sleep there. Sleep in the society's office or the secretary's house overnight to be able to extract the trial balance of that cooperative society. And all those things come at a cost and at sacrifices, which can now be achieved through the pressing of a button. And the Icopron has tried to bring on board people, organizations that have produced apps and platforms that are easy for us to adopt in our different cooperative societies. It may cost you money at first, but in the long run, you will discover that the secretary will no longer be making mistakes, or the financial secretaries, and all those reports will now be available as at when we need them. And since we want the youth to join the cooperative societies, we need to be innovative, digital, because that is the language of the youth of today. If you come and be saying something about what we used to do in the 1930s, the youth will never join the cooperatives that we are talking about. So we have challenges, yes, in this process. Poor governance and leadership. We have already said that, but we can solve that through continuous training. Limited access to finance. I've also said that our leadership must be able to partner with some financial institutions to make them cooperative friendlier. Policy and regulatory constraints. We also said that Cooperative Act has become too obsolete for us. And unfortunately, the minister's representative is not here. But I'm sorry, I have to apologize to the CFM president. I have to come back to you. You're the highest person in the cooperative sector here. You need to help us in this push. The law needs to be amended. We were discussing it before now. You see, the Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security is doing very well. And you know that the reward for higher performance is higher appointment. So don't be surprised that tomorrow he may be appointed into something higher. If another person comes and becomes that minister now, it will take time for that person to understand what is happening before that person can even push a bill. Of the cooperative law. So please, madam, that cooperative law is to do that. Then to end my paper. So many of the leaders of the cooperatives are afraid of change. Because when we talk about innovation, we're talking about change. But they need to be assured that this change is for the better. They need to be assured that this change is for the better. And unless we do it, and not just for the leadership, for the members, let them understand that the cooperative means well. Otherwise, the type of responses you find when, as an individual, if I have a problem of 1 million naira, I can save towards it and raise all the money I have and put in that project and solve it 1 million naira. But if a cooperative of 10 members have a problem of 1 million, it will be difficult to solve because none of them will bring all his money and put there. The fear, the risk, the fear that your next neighbor, the president or whoever is giving that money will mismanage that money makes them to be bringing their monies in trickles. Let us have faith in our cooperative. If we don't raise the required amount of money, we won't be able to solve the problem of the cooperative. And finally, let us go on membership drive. No cooperative society should still be existing with 10 members. That society will not be able to solve the problem of the members. It will not be able to innovate. Innovation costs money. Let us embark on membership drive. There are other people who have the problems that the cooperative is there to solve. Let us encourage them to join the cooperative so that the cooperative will have enough money through this membership to be able to tackle the problems of the cooperative. Finally, and in conclusion, cooperatives in Nigeria remain a key instrument for inclusive growth, but they must evolve and embrace entrepreneurial practices and value addition, which are critical pathways to survival in the 21st century. Cooperative innovativeness is not just about technology, it's about thinking how cooperatives create, manage, and deliver values to their members and communities, which can contribute significantly to cooperatives, Nigeria's broader goals of financial inclusion, human and resource employment. The future of cooperatives in Nigeria, therefore, depends on the ability to innovate and transform from traditional self-help groups into dynamic, modern, and competitive business enterprises. Thank you very much for listening.
12:33, exactly on time. So we are now getting the final paper, the paper on audit and audits in cooperatives, a regulatory management tool. The next speaker is no doubt a big masquerade. President Emeritus of the Institute of Cooperative Professionals of Nigeria, a foundation member. One of those we must learn from. Our sitting president calls him his boss. Is it not so? But this time, we are talking of a presentation of a technical paper, and participants must not be afraid to discuss his paper when he finishes. So I am talking of no other person than Ichie Professor Okechukwu Emmanuel, FICP. There are many others. So not me.
All right. He has invited the old man. Oh, is he a young man? Yes. He's a young man. Okay. But maybe you should ask because I know that he'll be 70, he'll be 80 next year. Is it next year or 2027? Anyway, whichever day. Is nearer 80 than 70, than even 75. Anyway, that's not why I'm holding this microphone. If you have registered independent of your chapter, you did not register through a particular chapter. I had somebody saying Benue there. I don't have any Benue on my list. So such people should see us at the back there. so that we can capture their name. Please come. FinSec, come too with your list of yesterday so that we can capture them for certificate of participation. God bless you. Okay, he said I should keep talking until he comes back. I won't tell you why he says so. So those lists, those that registered yesterday, I will need their names. For certificate of participation for this conference, we're trying to get the names correctly. So such people see us now so that we can capture their names appropriately. Thank you.
Mrs. Matatapgon, are you here? Mrs. Tapgon. Mrs. Tapgon, please, you have 1 minute.
Oh, sorry. Come. Where? You know, we have been asked yesterday whether we are into cooperative society, personally or individually, or we are individually engaged in one activity or the other. So I just want to announce to the House that here standing before you is a coffee farmer here on the plateau. We have the plateau coffee grown in plateau, processed in plateau, and has reached an international standard. The reason being that in August, Plateau State hosted the World in World Coffee Festival. And our cooperative society happened to be one of the sponsors of that coffee festival. Samples were taken from our coffee on the plateau and taken to Brazil for attestation. 3 weeks ago, we had the result, and plateau coffee is rated 89% efficacy. So we are good for export of coffee from Plateau Jos to any part of the world. You can see, if you are interested, you could see samples. Meet me at the end of the hall. I will show you samples of Plateau coffee. I have a few seedlings. In case anybody is interested to go and start coffee farming, you could indicate your interest. Tomorrow I might add the seedlings for you, but you will buy you. Since we are asked to engage economic, our topic bar, so that we can do it and then we enhance our economy and get out of poverty. I thank the House for giving me this opportunity to explain this to you. Thank you very much.
Please, this should be the spirit. Anywhere we go to, and cooperators in that area have a special product that they want the world to know about. Let it start from the cooperative family. Let us know about them. If we confirm that this Plateau coffee has NAFDAC number, we'll encourage our people to adopt it as cooperative coffee, and we'll be drinking them all over the place. That is how to encourage our own. That's how to encourage our own. I understand that some universities and institutes want to inform us about their programs. Let us use this opportunity to also share such information. Doc, just 1 minute. you also do it. Anybody who has any product of their state, at a later stage, you will come up and we'll give you the opportunity to share that information with the cooperative family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Coop. Where, there, and everywhere. Please, this is from Nnamdi Azikiwe University. I stand to tell you about our postgraduate programs. Why don't you be part of us? It's all about you. We don't keep students. If we tell you it's 3 years, it's 3 years. Except otherwise, the constraint by you. On this, we want to say thank you. If you need our contacts, you can. Yes, look at us here. He's here. Dr. Shegu is there. Ask them about their outcomes, and they're good to go. On that note, if you need our contact, feel free to call me or you call Dr. Osman. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I want to confirm that in academics, the problem is just to start. So many people are afraid of starting. But with these people who are members of this family, if you want to do your master's or postgraduate diploma or PhD, just contact them. Once you start, you'll be surprised that you will finish sooner than you expected. This is an opportunity that has been shared. Please take advantage of it. Thank you very much. You cheers, sir.
I will stand, I will sit and set put out under that. Coop. Where? Good afternoon, everybody. My topic this afternoon should have been best discussed instead of my giving a lecture, because this is a field problem. It's a field problem that has been causing most cooperative societies to go moribund. The issue of auditing. You can agree with me that most cooperative societies have not been audited for years, because apart from the fact that we have a shortage of manpower, those that are available, permit me to say they are ignorant of what to do. I'm not abusing them, I'm only trying to be honest. I was there for 22 years in the field, so I have an idea of what I'm talking. When I compare it with what is happening now. I heard what Okrafel was saying. In those days, you go to your site, you sleep there, do whatever you must do your inspection report, do annual account. You can be there for 2 or 3 days, and you come back. But these days, nobody does that. That is, if you even have a staff who will do it. So that's why I say that this, my paper, could have best been a paper to be discussed. We just gather, everybody will put in ideas so that we know what we can do. But unfortunately, the management said I should keep on talking. So please, bear with me. Now you find that this idea of auditing started when investors became skeptical of the reports and records being given to them by their board members. Instead of being skeptical, they were not sure of what is being done. So they needed a neutral fellow, I say an intermediary or so, who could be able to give them a truthful and honest report about their investment, who could assure them, give them enough information
that their funds have honestly and prudently been managed by the board. So the idea of the auditor came up from there. It is a means of social control, a mechanism to monitor conduct and performance, to secure or enforce accountability. Because you find, that's why in most cases, most of establishments, most cooperative societies are afraid of auditors because they don't want to be exposed. Even in banks, although in banks we call them inspectors instead of auditors. But when an inspector is coming to your branch, if you know that you have skeleton in your cupboard, you find them panicking. In cooperatives, audit is a regulatory management tool because it extends beyond checking accountability and transparency. It ensures compliance with laws, policies, and adherence to cooperative values, such as democratic governance, member economic participation, community concern. That's why it is a statutory requirement. What we are saying here is that in cooperatives, don't just only to look for the balance of numbers. We beyond the balance of numbers to look at how the organization is managed, how does the secretary keep his books, how are other records kept. That's why we always say that cooperative audits are more member-centric, compliance-oriented, focus on protecting community and member interests in cooperatives. We must always remember that people enlist into cooperative societies due to varied reasons. Not all the people enter cooperative societies were there because of, in order to make profit. There are some who needed some services, and once you cannot provide such services, even if you make $1 million as a profit, it doesn't make sense to them. If I take example of those of us who belong to institutional cooperatives, the Unizik people, I hope I'm not going to curse you. Because those of you who are able to build houses, including myself, and get cars, drive beautiful cars, were as a result of cooperatives. We didn't go there because we want profit. We didn't go there because we needed the money. We went there so that we can provide accommodation for ourselves through the society. So if you cannot help me to provide that accommodation through my society, whatever you are talking is rubbish. Even if you like, give me a dividend of 1 million naira per month. It doesn't make sense to me. So that is why we say that cooperative audit is more member-centric, compliance-oriented, and equally focusing on community and member interests. Remember, one of the principles is community development. So that is why auditors will have different definitions from various people about what cooperative is all about. I mean, auditing is all about. The audit standard defines audit as the independent examination of an expression of opinion on the financial statements of an enterprise by an appointed person called auditor, an appointed neutral person. Moore says it is concerned with verification of accounting data, with determining the accuracy and reliability of accounting statements and reports. Dixie is own is an examination of accounting records undertaken with a view to establishing whether they correctly and completely reflect the transactions to which they relate. So you find it is clear from the above definitions that auditing is the systematic and scientific examination of the book accounts, records of business, so as to enable the auditor to satisfy himself that the balance sheet and profit in our own case, income and expenditure, are properly drawn up to exhibit a true and fair view of the financial state of affairs of the business, its profits or loss for the financial period. So the auditor must be there to satisfy those investors. In cooperatives, well, although we say audit depends, or auditing varies depending on the need and circumstances of the audit. They include financial audit, operational compliance and performance audit, fraud and waste hotlines, often referred to forensic audit, follow-up audits, and administrative audits. In cooperatives, ours is mainly in two divisions: the normal annual audit and the periodic or interim audit, or what we can say concurrent audit. These are the things we have in cooperatives. Now, and when we are making, I'm still in the introduction, when we are making our reports of what we found out in the audit, during auditing, we are supposed to grade the societies, and the grading will help the societies to know where they belong, whether they are improving or they are not, whether they are doing well or they are close to the gate. And at the same time, we get the director's audit comment. What we refer to as the director's audit comment is whatever the director does after analyzing the report given to him, he will now make his comments based on what is there. And we forward that along with the audit to the society. It is a management paper. That is why when you go to audit a cooperative society, when you look for audit files containing previous audits, you still look for the director's audit comment file, where you can, so that you know what the director says at any point. Now, the main question is, since we say cooperative is a voluntary association, this is our own thing, we agreed we want to do it. Why do we bother ourselves about audit? In a way, you may be right. In the other way around, even in your own house, if you don't audit yourself from time to time, you may run into trouble. When you get some amount of money, you go to market and you come back. I look at your pocket, you cannot find any balance, no change. And look at what you have bought with that money, you cannot even find anything. You sit down to start going through what you have done. Is it not done? That thing you are doing is auditing. You just want to audit yourself to be sure that what you bought aligns with the money you spent. It agrees that you have not lost money anywhere. That's simple audit. So we say auditing serves as both protective and evaluative mechanism that allows cooperative societies and regulatory agencies to maintain order, integrity, and trust. It is a core tool of regulatory management that sustains the health and accountability of a cooperative movement. The importance of auditing can go this way. One, the main purpose of an audit is to ascertain whether the books correctly record the transactions of the society and annual accounts show the true state of society's affairs. Two, the audit report reassures the shareholders that the business in which they have invested is being managed prudently and profitably in accordance with the cooperative best practices. The third reason, audit promotes financial transparency and accountability by assessing financial records and practices, helping to detect management flaws, frauds, and errors in bookkeeping and record keeping. This builds trust among members, creditors, and the general public. Because once they are sure that what is coming out, that this society is in good shape, they will have confidence. Even those people who invested will have confidence. The audit report includes audit grades showing the performance of the society for the business year audited, from an excellent position to a position of possible liquidation. Also to be graded is the administrative capability of the secretary in particular and the management committee. Again, audit is the performance monitoring and evaluation as its reports give insights into the financial health and efficiency of a cooperative society. Management and regulatory bodies can use this data to assess whether society's objectives are being met. It helps identify areas of improvement. All these provide verified data that management, regulators, and members can rely on when making strategic decisions. It aids in budgeting, planning, and setting future goals for the society. An encouraging audit report is a promotional instrument strengthening the faith of non-members in a cooperative business and might be an attempt to their aspiration for membership or increase the volume of business they do with the society. And finally, we say that regular auditing enhances good governance as it encourages proper record keeping, internal controls, governance practices, and the elected members should be conscious of what will be so that they can avoid, they minimize the risk of misappropriation. Somebody will say audit is audit, no matter where it comes. I want us to know that cooperative is a peculiar business. Audit of a cooperative society might not necessarily go the same way or have the same intention or have the same goal with the audit of investor-owned companies or organizations. I wouldn't want to go into details. You will have the details in your paper, but I can only say the auditing of cooperative societies and investor-owned companies differ in purpose, in scope, approach, even though both aim to ensure accuracy, fairness, and compliance in financial reporting. When we consider purpose and focus of audit, one of the areas we differ, we will think about the primary and why we have the duties, they differ. In audit focus, they differ. It's shareholders concerned, they differ. So also when we talk in legal framework, regulatory oversight, you can always get these things from your paper so that we can now go forward. Now, please move further. Go to kinds of audit in cooperatives. Like I said, this is a paper where we could have discussed. So I'm just rushing a number of things. Auditing in cooperative institutions, like I said earlier, we have the mandatory annual audit and we have the concurrent audit. The concurrent audit is necessary. Somebody will say, why do we have that? There are two reasons why we, most cases, allow that kind of internal audits. If the business of the society is much that you cannot run it off at a go, it is ideal you take them bit by bit. But be sure that before the first quarter, the end of the first quarter of the coming year, you must have completed the audit up to the 31st of December. That is how we take concurrent audit. There in some of the states, like now, most states don't have staff, but they have a large number of societies. Probably you have assigned up to 30 or 40 societies to one particular staff. He cannot make it by the end of the year. So he can be moving, when he audits a particular month, he drops, goes to another society so that he can touch some of those societies and then come back to continue to finish the end to the till 31st December. So these are two situations where we can allow interim or concurrent audit practice in cooperatives. So when you are faced with that kind of interim audit, you now find that when you have completed the first round, the auditor should go around again, this time with different colored pencil. That is why a very good instrument, a very important instrument for auditors is the audit pencil. Some of them have two ends, one color here, one color there. Some of them are in packets containing different colors, which you can comfortably be used. Now, this will help him rotate to all the societies. At the end of each periodic audit, the balances of each account will be listed in the trial balance. The balance of stock, if any, should also be stated to enable the director of cooperatives and the society to work on interim surplus. Before leaving the books after interim audit, the audit makes sure that the bookkeeper understands that he has no right to interfere with any of those areas he has ticked unless through a journal entry. If he cannot make a journal entry, then he has no right to interfere. Because when you come back to continue, you will first of all check whether the balances you had at the previous end before you are going has been tampered with. If they have been tampered with, you should be able to find out why they were tampered with. And that is why when you are leaving, when you have finished going through the receipt book or anything, wherever you stop, you are supposed to sign at the back of that receipt, at that particular leaflet where you stopped, telling you where you have stopped. So that when you come next, you start, even if it is payment voucher or the receipt book, anything, the bank check that you used, the last page you worked on before going, you should be able to sign at the back. That helps you when you come back to know where you are going. Now, one of the presenters here, one of the problems we have is that we have in cooperatives that most responsibilities we assign are assigned to people who have no idea of what they have to do. I don't know who to blame. Oga Ogun State Cooperative College, are we going to blame you teachers? Are we going to blame the government for giving us people or giving us the people who are supposed to do what they are supposed to do. Because most of the auditors we have now, some of them don't even know their accounts. They can't even balance one book. So you find, to be honest with you, you cannot do auditing if you have no good ground in accounts. You can't. That's why when I was in the classroom, I will tell my students, there are certain causes you cannot joke with if you want to remain in this profession. You should be able to know your principles of accounting, your fingertips. Because one funny thing with cooperatives is that when you are assigned to a cooperative society, you are going to go from the first principles until you produce the balance sheet. You don't have any other person helping you. You should be able to know how to post your books. You should be able to know how to extract your balances. You should be able to know what goes to where. And if you are not sound in your accounts, there is no need going there. Better go and look for where you'll be carrying files up and down and come back. That's the only thing you can do. So I now decided to put something here, probably to remind our directors on those they are going to be appointing as our auditors. Qualities and liabilities of an auditor. The prima facie qualification of an auditor is his reputation, his integrity and independence of mind. Takes precedence over technical ability. His reputation, his integrity, his ability to be on his own are more important than your technicalities, the whatever you think you have. Because if you're an auditor and you are being pushed around by the board members, then you're not an auditor. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. The ethical qualities of the currently regulate audit practices. One, professional independence. This is essential, an attitude of the mind characterized by integrity and objective approach to professional work. He is expected to check the work of others and give an unbiased opinion thereon. This demands that he must be independent of those who appointed him. In auditing, therefore, independence means the possession of integrity, ability to be self-reliant, honest, freedom from bias, and avoidance of relationship, which to a reasonable observer will suggest a conflict of interest on the auditors. The director, before you send somebody as to audit a particular society, please be sure that that person has no interest in that society. Human beings are human beings. He might tell you that no, nobody will influence me. And he gets there. It's the brother's wife that is the president. And probably has been embezzling some fund. What do you want that person to do? So my advice has always been, once that person in one way or the other is connected to the society, please remove him or her as the auditor for that society and put another person. If you want to get a fair view of what is happening in the society. Two, the person you are posting must be competent. Competence is an application of technical knowledge. It is the ability to apply knowledge to a practical engagement, supervise and evaluate the work performance. The auditor must observe the profession's general technical standards and endeavor to improve competence and quality of service. The confidence of public in your work depends on your competence. People can only want you to come to their society when they are sure you are competent. And even in companies, when a company employs you and you're unable to give them something they need, next year they won't call you. Confidentiality. The auditor should respect the confidentiality of information to their clients and should not disclose any such information to a third party without permission from the client unless where it has to do with security, where he knows the client has committed some offense, especially offense of treason or treasonable felony. In that case, he is bound, legally bound to disclose the report. Again, where the disclosure is reasonably necessary to protect the interests of members of the society. And thirdly, he is required to disclose by due legal process if demanded by a court of law. Then, morality is a very important character requirement of any auditor. This means going beyond technical compliance with standards to embrace truth, fairness, integrity, and responsibility to society. His work should be seen to strengthen trust, accountability, and justice in financial dealings. Like I said, auditor owes some things to the organization or to the members of the society is auditing. That's why I said he has some liabilities. He owes certain things to the members of the society. No, that auditing is a risky job. It's a risky job. Those that have done it before should know that is a very risky job. And then the only thing that can save you is you have to be honest with yourself, have the confidence. So the task of cooperative auditor is to confirm the members that the transactions being done with their money is fairly recorded and the business properly managed to guarantee each his maximum utility from membership. That's what I said. Each and every one of us have different reasons for joining the cooperative. And we must get maximum utility from the society in the area of serving our own interest. So the first liability he has, the first thing he owes to society and the members is honesty and thoroughness. The cooperators are expecting the auditor to carefully and diligently go through the various records of the society, assure them of safety of investments and satisfaction of their a priori needs for membership. You want to know whether your audit has satisfied that thing for which they enlisted into the society. The liability is competence and knowledge. He must be very silent when audit is not no, but the auditor must be fair and fair. What I mean by being fair and fair, when you see the truth, say the truth, no matter the person involved. But at the same time, don't witch hunt anybody. Now, You see, when you people are giving me 10 minutes, that's why I said this work you have asked me to do is something we should have discussed because this is a field job. I'm still going to talk about the instruments the auditor requires. The instrument of an auditor refers to the tools, the techniques and resources an auditor uses to gather evidence, verify records, and form an opinion on financial operations. These operators cannot be taken for granted. If you work with the cooperators in the village, you must know that these people are very intelligent. Don't take them for granted. All those people, they can be dirty. They can be anywhere. But when they drill you, you will that has the national intelligence. He didn't go to school. So you must be very careful. They can maneuver you, they can outmaneuver you as an auditor. So it says these methods cannot be taken for granted. They are all village champions, accountants, lawyers, and mathematicians, and can easily outmaneuver you if not well prepared. So the instruments we require, you have physical instruments, you have analytical instruments. When we are talking about the physical instruments, you have your audit procedures and guys, those things in your checklist, those things you should need. You will include the books of accounts, all the books of accounts you have. You should have some possible questions you need to pose. These are things you should keep very handy. You should have some names of people you need, you can contact to ask questions. These things will have to be very handy. Those people you can meet. Then certain books and records that must be there, and documents, registration certificates, and all those things. These things you must have them even before you start. All the books of accounting, all the ledgers, all the receipts, those things must be ready. Then depending on the type of society, you require a lot of initiative. You should have your working papers. Your working papers should be there. You should have an idea or call it a template. This is necessary for recording evidence, judgment areas of issues to be revisited. Because in the course of auditing, you'll be taking some notes. There might be at the end of the audit, there are certain things that were not clear. You go back to go and cross-check. But if you didn't take any record, any note of such things, then there's no way you can. The greatest problem you have in the course of auditing is when at the end of audit, you're unable to extract a trial balance. That is when there is a problem. And if we are not meticulous, because of the auditing, the cause of the mechanical ticking, you find you will sweat, and at the end of the day, you will not make it. Because you don't know where to start looking for a problem. We are not meticulous from the one. You should have your calculator, this audit, and like again, audit pen I've talked earlier on. Because with audit pencil, in the first ticking, probably you use red. At the end of that, you're unable to strike a trial balance. You go back to start. This time again, you use blue. And when you are using blue, you now start, probably the first time you were ticking good. This time again, you start crossing the goods you did earlier in order to help you know, find out where actually had problems. So these things are there. We need them. Then when we come to analytical instruments, we are talking of your inspection capability, your ability to observe, your ability to conduct inquiry and confirm certain things, analytical reviews, risk assessment tools. necessary for verification of documents like vouchers, invoice, contracts, and physical assets. That is where you need that technique. Observation necessary for confirmation of procedures for documents like stock, receipt books, checkbooks, excess cash, and so on. You might find a society, they can have a number of receipt books, but because they don't have a receipt register, receipts are issued anyhow. When you come into audit, you run into trouble. Then one of the things you should find, every society is to have a receipt register, and you issue out the receipts in accordance to the numbers, just like you have your checkbook register. And when you issue numbers, this checkbook has number 1 to 100. You must know the person it was issued to, on what date, and for what purpose. If those things are not there, you'll be in trouble. Because they can use a checkbook somewhere or a receipt book from another area to come in. This is where you have to be meticulous. Inquiry and confirmation, useful for obtaining information directly from management, staff, or third parties. You should be sure of yourself and have competence as questions. Then risk assessment required for identification of high-risk areas. Why you need to identify the highest risk areas is that you should know where attention should go to. The auditors, I want to talk about some of the problems or risk an auditor will encounter. Because all the time we cannot be blaming the auditors. Like I said earlier, auditing is a very risky job. They're a very risky job. Though in cooperative, we have not been witnessing much of it. But in banks, in large establishments where there is a lot of money, so many auditors have gone in the cause. Yes, because when you want to expose somebody, the person will expose you out. Cooperative auditing has a number of unique problems and risks due to peculiar structure, objective and governance style of cooperative societies, one compared with the investor companies, the IOCs. These risks can arise from organizational, from operational, from financial, and even socio-political factors. Governance factor, weak internal controls due to democratic management and volunteer leadership. Frequent leadership changes through elections leading to inconsistent financial practices. Overbearing management interference with access to records or influencing audit outcomes. Record keeping and document problems. Incomplete and inaccurate records due to lack of professional accounting staff. Manual bookkeeping system increasing errors, omissions, or loss of data. Delayed financial statements lead to difficulty in timely auditing. These are problems the auditor will encounter. Financial and operational risk. Fraud and misappropriation of funds in poorly monitored loan or procurement system. Unrecorded liabilities such as unpaid member dividends, loans not captured properly, diversified operations, especially for multipurpose cooperative societies, where they do a lot of businesses and records are not properly kept. Compliance and regulatory risk, non-compliance with cooperative laws, regulations or government reporting requirements, weak internal systems failing to detect statutory breaches early, changes in tax or cooperative regulations creating legal uncertainties. Ethical and independence challenges. Pressure from cooperative executives to overlook irregularities. Conflict of interest when the auditor is a part of the system cooperative, part of the same cooperative movement. Social ties with members affecting auditors' objectivity and independence. All these things constitute risks. Member-related risks. Large dispersed membership making verification of contributions or dividends difficult. Member ignorance of audit procedures leading to resistance and suspicion. Political factions within the cooperative creating tension during audit findings. Logistical and environmental challenges. Inadequate resources such as staff, technology, or funds for thorough auditing. Remote locations of some cooperative causing access difficulties. Language or cultural barriers in multi-ethnic cooperative societies. Legal and accountability risk. Auditor liability for negligence or failure to detect fraud. Legal disputes arising from audit findings affecting member rights or dividends. Misinterpretation of cooperative laws leading to faulty conclusions. All these are problems. We have audit procedures, but I want to leave the audit procedures. You can always look at them from your paper. Where I want to touch now is I'm going to take extra myself. I want to look at the audit report. I want to look at the audit report. The auditor on successful completion of financial administrative audit should draft the audit report to be submitted on a printed audit report, usually obtained from the Director of Cooperatives. The report will be accompanied with an appendix where necessary. If it is unable to contain in the report, you can attach a script and put whatever you want. Instead of listing errors, however, he should merely record the number of errors. Put those ones and submit only to the area of the divisional cooperative. It doesn't have to get to the Director of Cooperatives. But those errors must have come in or must have been taken care of in the course of the audit. Then at the end, he should call for meetings with the management committee. He is not bound to take whatever they are going to say, but he will just read the reports and listen to whatever. It can help to improve this, whatever this report is going to give. At the end of this meeting, when it is not possible to include everything in an additional sheet attached to the printing, you can write a narrative from a brief report on the society and pin it up. Then, like I said before, audit grading is very necessary. You grade grade A, grade B, grade C, grade D, and grade E. You give grade A when the society is very good and capable of doing supervision. Grade B, when a good society requiring very little supervision can come in. When you need extra education and supervision, then you get grade C. Grade D is for a society which has not responded to education and is going for liquidation. We normally have grade E, but for new societies. Well, now they have given me, they are pushing me out by time. Let me quickly, I would have loved to discuss the frauds because a lot of frauds are there, would have discussed the fraud. Please, when you go back, especially those of you in the fields, please read this paper seriously if you want to know exactly what to do. Now, in conclusion, auditing serves as both a protective and evaluative mechanism that allows cooperative societies and regulatory agencies to maintain order, integrity, and trust. Not just about numbers, but about core component of regulatory management that sustains the health and activity of cooperatives. It is a regulatory management tool because it extends beyond checking accountability and transparency. Auditing in cooperatives differ from that of the IOCs. Like I said, at the inception of audit, the auditor must have the necessary qualifications. And the auditor, before commencement of his assignment, must be sure of he is capable. All the auditor's report will be forwarded to the society in question, along with the director of cooperatives. Thank you. When we see next time, we'll continue.
A bigger round of applause for Ichie. Thank you very much, sir. For want of time, we are going to conclude all the papers we have before we start taking questions and responses. But what you can do for us is to make sure that your questions and responses are noted somewhere, such that even if you can't take all of them today, we will note them tomorrow in the meeting. We respond to them when we have time in the course of the meetings. Lost but found, a fellow dropped his brooch somewhere. He can come. I don't know how he's going to identify it. They come and collect, you know. We are going to invite those people that submitted abstracts to come and spend 2 minutes each to tell us about their papers, 2 minutes each. After that, we are going to invite High Chief Dozier Ononiwu to use 10 minutes to describe the app, and we'll conclude for today. So beginning from Majebi OE, is it the lead author? Ogurekun AS, Adebayo AS from Federal Cooperative College, Eleyele, Ibadan, who will speak on the impact of investment and credit cooperatives on the standard of living of civil servants at Federal Cooperative College, Eleyele, Ibadan. 2 minutes. Are they here? 1, 2, 3. Are you one of them? Come forward. Are you one of them? Okay, John Abashi Clement, are you here? John Abashi Clement. Go, come forward, please. Come and use 2 minutes. Just summarize your paper. The impact of cooperative as an instrument for poverty reduction in Nasarawa Egon local government. Just 2 minutes. You can just summarize your paper.
Okay. Well, we a full paper, but abstract was captured. I want to talk about the role of cooperative, the impact of cooperative in Nasarawa local government that leads to a poverty reduction. And actually, you know, my local government is an agrarian local government. Women participate in some local activities that lead to employment generation. Especially, it is an area that a lot of women engage in farming activities, where we cultivate large quantity of groundnuts, and then women engage in this local groundnut oil production and the local, we call it in Hausa kulikuli, and then people come from the east and west to buy it, and many were employed. So they employ some women to help to do the work, and just of recent, federal government launched a program through 1 Acre Fund, and then AFAN and the rest of them, through, and then the YMCA and Oxfam, where those women were mobilized to form cooperative society, and a little credit facility is being given to them so that when they establish a little local factory, they employ some women. The women who will fry the granules. Some women will now, after this, some women will not mold just do it, put it in a fire, and then they employ plenty of women to do that. And as such, that we also have mining that women were also formed into cooperative to engage. They employ other women to work for them. They will go to some local communities. They will buy a small portion, and then they will be mining a tin there, and then those women will be paid. And government register them as local miners and artisans and all that. So a lot of things have been going on. We also have local artisans in our places also there that are doing some local works that they will employ people to also work for them. So in Nasarawa local government in Nasarawa state, there are a lot of things that is now, and a lot of women, a lot of people find something doing that is also helping them to improve in their livelihoods. So I think this is a little from this paper.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can go. Thank you very much. If you submit a paper on abstract, if we can't take you in full, we should be able to give you the opportunity. For the benefit of the audience. The next one is impact of trees in rural areas of Imo State. Chine, quickly, please. While he's coming, I got additional information from Nnamdi Azikiwe University that their program, the postgraduate program, that you can actually access it online, which means you can be in Adamawa and do your master's program in Nnamdi Azikiwe University online, which is a very big opportunity. That's what we are talking about. This is innovation, very, very innovative. There are many other institutions that offer courses in the cooperative science, which are not captured here. Somebody just came and told me about his own. I summarized this from the MBTE platform. So if you know that your school or institution offers cooperative courses and it's not on the MBTE platform, please try and get them to update it. Otherwise, you bring such information to us, we include it in our own database. We also have some textbooks on cooperatives at the entrance there. Please do well to pick up a copy. It will help you to build your library. 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, like the former person said, the work abstract is already in our paper. Before then, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, my people, my leaders here. The work is on the impact of cooperatives on the development of small-scale industries in rural areas, with Imo State as a focus. Actually, the paper explores what the cooperative can do to make sure that rural industries are developed in rural areas, even the ones that are there that are well-funded and well taken care of. Then after the analysis of the data from the field and then consultation of other relevant books, we discovered that cooperatives actually have a lot of role to play, even though there are so many challenges, such challenges like financial challenges, management problems, and sometimes government interference in negative ways. You know, government can interfere in cooperative matters to help, but sometimes the interference is not actually positive. Maybe later we'll talk about that. Then we also recommend, due to that, we recommended that there should be more and better funding for cooperatives, and that the cooperatives should be involved in capacity building. There should be this synergy, this collaboration between cooperatives and small-scale industries, because if cooperatives and the small-scale industries in the rural areas collaborate very well, then I think the small-scale industries or
operators, we know what to do, what to get from the cooperatives. Like we know, the cooperatives, mainly those that are involved in agricultural production, provide these raw materials that these industries use. So in a nutshell, we are saying that the findings shows that cooperatives cannot be downplayed in the development of rural small-scale industries. Thank you.
Big round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Finally, maybe, is the first person I called here? Have they come now? Okay. Finally, may we invite High Chief Dozier Ononiwu from Ajo Hybrid Limited. You're going to take 10 minutes because of the PowerPoint, 10 minutes.
I think he's going to do it. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. And it's my pleasure to be here. And first and foremost, it's been a pleasure meeting my old lecturer, Professor Bako, and meeting some of my old mates. One other guy I miss here is Professor Ijere, Emo Ijere. But anyway, my name is Dozier Ononiwu, and I'm CEO of Ajo Hybrid. Well, CEO of AppHub, and AppHub makes Ajo Hybrid. I'll try to cut it short because I think I only have about 10 minutes. Ajo Hybrid is a concept between myself, that is Ajo Hybrid, and Icopron. We have noticed that most of the problems that most cooperatives is about financial reporting. And if you notice, almost every speaker who's been on this podium has talked about financial reporting. So what we've done, unlike other applications you have in the market, what we've done is take into cognizance the IFR standards and try to get something that we can standardize for cooperatives. Your financial reporting, your trial balance, your statement, cash flow, your comprehensive reports. And in doing that, we took consideration of a lot of things. And I had my Ogada talk about audit. Ajo Hybrid actually addresses a lot of those things that have been mentioned. But let me not take it out of context. What are the problems we've noticed with most cooperative management applications? I can't really see much from here. If you don't mind, I'll go down. So some of the problems we noticed are manual record keeping, leading to inefficiencies, difficulty managing loans. We have instances where cooperatives go under because they're not able to manage. There's a lot of fraud in loan administration and management. Lack of transparency. Sometimes you want to collect a loan, you have to settle. Where I'm coming from, I don't know about settling. It's not to say that I'm not Nigerian, so I understand all that. But those things are not very good for cooperatives. The other one is member relocation. When you see some cooperatives, they start off at 40. In 10 years, they are still 35 because people come and go. So when members relocate, their ability to contribute to what happens in that cooperative is reduced, so they fall out. With Ajo Hybrid, that doesn't happen. We have something we call the unique referral system, whereby with location, you can still participate in what happens in the co-op. And now, how do you manage members? How do you manage interactions between members and admin? With Ajo Hybrid, you can do all of those. What is our platform? Is web-based, is cloud-based. So on your phone, and I see that almost everybody here has a smartphone, correct? We all have smartphones. You can interact, you can make your payment, you can apply for your loans, you can get your nominal funds. Let me give you one instance. When you want to borrow, the standard practice in cooperatives is that you need to have 2 guarantors, correct? And those 2 guarantors must have funds in the cooperative, not in ACB or cooperative bank, in the cooperative. and they will guarantee you up to that. In the event of a failure, they form the backup, correct? With Agile Hybrid, you can apply, and your nominee, your guarantor forms within the system will go straight to those people who are going to act as your guarantors. And they approve, you get your loan. It's automated. In the system, you're going to create your credit committee, and with your credit committee, they make the approvals. Workflow enabled. So this helps eliminate the instance of going to see somebody or looking at faces and seeing who likes you and who doesn't like you to get a loan. Now, in terms of repayment, it is also automated because within the system, you have your bank account and you enable it. There are two types. You know, you have the institution-based and the community-based. So based on what you set as your parameters for loan repayment, you can update it in the system. But for this place now, we're not going to talk about member and admin features. We're going to talk about financial reporting. And this is where Icopron has made a lot of input in this. And I'll have my head of development, if you guys want, because I can go through these case studies. You already know the case studies and what it applies. But in terms of financial reporting, we have tried to take care of equity, liabilities, income, expenses, and what's the other one? I think they have assets. We've taken care of your disbursements. We've taken care of your naming templates. Because one thing we noticed, and Icopron made that very clear, you may be a chartered accountant, but you're not a certified chartered accountant for cooperatives. Am I making sense here? So the Icopron accountants that I worked with, in fact, sometimes we worked late into the night, 1 a.m., and we tell them we have done this. They say, no, this will not work. The naming template has to be exactly as we want it. And to God be the glory. These are some sample reports here. A statement of disposal of surplus, for instance. We know that it's 25% for reserve funds, correct? We know that some people take 2.5% for education, correct? We know that whatever you want to do with the system here, you can set your parameters. Am I making sense here? So the issue of manual recording and manual whatever does not flow. Can we go to your trial balance? So what are the flow? You start from your trial balance. In fact, we start from your note of note to the account. I used to call it chart of account, but Alhaji Sulaiman and Alhaji Arimi, they kept correcting me. They said it's not chart of account, it's account. Now your note to account takes care. Onyeka, can you have a live note account there? So your note account actually captures notes as it relates to cooperative enterprise, such that when you're pulling, when you're pulling, that's your note of account. So can you just do, So that's your note of accounts that captures, I think we have 16 notes to the account. And these 16 notes are not finite. They are not definitive because you can expand or increase it as it relates to your cooperative. It's not hard-coded. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for your note account, you bring, say, your fee setup. Some people only have 3 fees, and you want to increase. I have one cooperative that has a minute fee. It's a source of revenue for them. Bum, bum, bum. Onyeka, I don't know if you can create something like, okay. So your fee structure, you have 6 sources of revenue included. Or you have only 2, you include it. We've taken care of depreciation. I wish we had more time to do that because I'm sure some of you want to ask questions. We've taken care of your depreciation. We've taken care of your amortization. We've taken care of all those things that typically will give you, as a cooperative, a lot of heartaches. Now, this does not replace your accountant. Am I making sense here? Because How does it benefit Icopron? The benefit Icopron is that we are working on a system. We're going to add a feature here where whoever is going to certify a cooperative account has to be certified by Icopron. Does that make sense here? And now, if you're certified, you have access to this system. It now means that, like I'm talking with my friends in Adamawa, you can get an accountant from Lagos. You can get an accountant from Kaduna, as long as he's within that system. He accesses your books and makes your report and certifies it. And hopefully, by the time the president is not here, by the time Icopron is officially and legal, based on what we're doing, then it means that that stamp will mean a whole lot. Number one, it generates revenue for Icopron. Number two, it generates revenue for Icopron practitioners. Number three, it makes sure that our cooperatives are well run. Am I making sense here? So we can go on and on. We can go on and on. I had a note here that I wanted to run by you guys, but it's going to take a lot of time. Okay, so what it means is we will be looking at you guys asking questions, because I think that's the best way for us to address it and utilize the time that I was given. If you have questions, that's fine. If not, you can either approach myself or approach my head of department. Can you stand up, Mr. Onyeka? Yes. And either schedule your demo, ask questions, or application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause. That's what we are talking about, innovation. I am sure that those who introduced cooperatives in Nigeria in 1930 didn't have this information, but we are lucky to have this information. But please, if you want to approach them through Icopron. Don't go directly. That's why we must eat the food we serve in our restaurant. True or false? Good. So we will talk. But for this paper you presented, we need to soft copy with case studies, so that those who don't understand it can study the case study. It's very important. Some of us are interested. We're looking forward to things like that. We brought Copify the last time. We brought these people now. The next one, because that's part of what we've been doing, that each cooperative society should have a website. Do you understand?
And this is something I need to add. For cooperatives, it's difficult bringing out that capital for you to invest in IT. IT infrastructure costs money and maintenance. But with what we have here, you do not need to do that. The cost and fee structure is simplified. In fact, we're trying to make it free. That's an option. The other one is to make it such that you only pay a very nominal amount and you do a transaction fee. But whatever you do not have to go back into getting an IT practitioner, developing it and all that. Just plug and play. It's user-friendly.
Thank you very much. We have only 5 minutes to leave here. So we are going to take questions, comments, observations, based on all the papers we have listened to, both yesterday and today. And I'm sure you took notes when I asked you to write them down. So you can ask any of the paper presenters. I'm going to take, because there are many of them, we're going to take 8 persons that will respond. But 1 minute, please. 1, 2 from 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, and 2 here. 1. You will not raise your hand now. It's after I finish, you start raising your hand. 1. General, anywhere, any question. 2. 2. 2. 2, 3, 3. Oh, beautiful. 4. Four, 5, 6. 6 persons. Number 1. Please, information. If you bidded to host the next conference, you must submit the hard copy of your bid, because that's what you're going to use to make the consideration. If you do not submit, it means technically you have withdrawn, because they can't consider your bid in a vacuum. Number one. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, honorable members of this prestigious gathering this afternoon. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. First and foremost, I want to say congratulations to us all for having Icopron in existing in Nigeria. I think it's a longer. Let's give ourselves. The issue is that we are talking about challenges, problems in cooperatives. Here is the organization that if it wants to correct cooperative in Nigeria, this is where the correction will take place. I'm seeing them to be an independent umpire to correct and put to right the problems in cooperative in Nigeria. There are lots of problems indeed. Any practitioner will accept that there are a lot to do to put cooperative in Nigeria in its rightful place. I will recall some of the directors here have mentioned some challenges of lack of progress, lack of development, lack of so many things happening in cooperative establishments. I can note my brother from Kano made a very serious analysis. But then the problem is with the directors. I'm sorry, please apologize. I apologize to the directors who are our regulators that the problems start from there. They need to do a lot. If I will mention, you see, first and foremost, there need to be review. Before registering any cooperative, it has to be analyzed because there are certain cooperatives we know practically that they are not competent, but for one reason or the other, they will be registered. They need to be corrected. Secondly, there is the cost of registration varies. There are certain even viable cooperatives that cannot even register because of cost of registration. It varies. You have to look into it. Thirdly, we have to look at no monitoring, no supervision in some states of how cooperatives are surviving. Some are in a complete mess and nobody is going to check them. I'm telling you all this from practical experience. I don't want to be specific. I'm making a general statement. So I don't know. I have a number of them, but you are hanging around. Sorry, because these are challenges. Then again, there's somebody who's talked about intervention, advocacy for problems in cooperatives. Yes, there are. If I can give you an example of my case, we have invested, which Dr. Okolo is aware, we have invested over 2 billion naira in a project. One night, just one morning, the state government is saying that they want to convert the place to a trailer park. When we have engaged even some investors, our members have invested so much. Some of us have even sold their traditional farmland just to develop the market. At the end of the day, where do we go? Where do you go to advocate? So there's a lot to be done. That intervention should be real. I don't want us to look at what we are saying in terms of theory. We come, celebrate, talk, and go. Let everyone now establish a target, which by next year, when we are sitting again, we'll be able to measure the performance. So please, a lot to be done, and I hope through Dr. Okolo, I will be given the opportunity to present documented challenges and problems we are having. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I'm in love with his presentation. And to add to that, please, if you have organizational problems concerning your cooperatives, do a paper and submit to the registrar of Icopron. Well, because all these MCPT trainings we have, they are based on the challenges that people bring to knowledge. And we now start looking for subject matter specialists and experts who will come and address those challenges in our training program. So after you, if any other person who has a problem that requires Icopron, I've told you that Icopron is not just about lecturers. The directors are here, the provosts are here, those in the field, those are in regulatory. All of us together must be able to find solutions, even if they are not short-term, long-term solutions to these problems. But let us have them documented. The registrar is here, so we can take them up from there. Number two.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, National Executive members and members of the ITBU and all distinguished participants. I am so happy about the topics for this year's conference. This is my third attendance. And why am I happy? Is because it's focused on impact, addressing major problems in our cooperative societies. I'm from Lagos State, and I understand that we have a lot of challenges. And while discussing with some other participants, I also discovered that some other states are having better policies in some areas that we are not having. But listening to a whole lot of presentations, I can see that we are now addressing practical problems and challenges. So that is a very good one, and I'm so happy about that. Now, there is this issue that is also very current and relevant, which is particularly about multipurpose societies. I understand that the government, in one way, are trying to protect cooperative society not to deal ultra vires, that is outside their license, so to speak. But now, there are government interventions that are targeting specialized cooperative societies. So how do we address this issue without necessarily forcing them to downgrade their registration or doing another set of registration? Bearing in mind that if we encourage them to re-register another cooperative society, we might also be going against another cooperative or another aspect of cooperative policies already established in that particular state. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I don't know who noted that, who will respond to that question. Between Dr. Okolo and Professor Beko, who respond to that. Number three.
Good day, everyone. I stand on the existing protocol. I had earlier introduced myself as Mr. Moses Yongu from Benue State. And you notice that all through yesterday I've been alone. Why am I alone? Because I don't have anybody from Benue State. And before I came here, I was not really very happy with possibly the organizers. Of course, when I came, I realized why it's so. The reason has been that my state has been completely cut off from, I believe I has no link so far with Icopron. I think probably that is why I am alone. I'm really very, very happy to be here. Very happy to be here because I know that as I will go back, I will make my effort at building in my state. But I still need more. I need maybe from the management of Icopron, if they reach out to my state director. While I was here, I spoke to the director of cooperative in my state. I asked him, are you not coming? He's not even aware of it. So the appeal is that where the hierarchy of Icopron can make it better for us by reaching out to the state directors, and then try to enlighten them about this, about Icopron. I think this will help so. Personal promotion. What about the impact of cooperative? Do it like that. So I feel that you can help to strengthen our effort by maybe giving more publicity to your meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The registrar, sir, you heard what he just said. I will appeal that since we have directors here, let them help you to get the names and phone numbers of all the directors of Cooperative State. Because you have a platform, don't you, directors? You have a platform. So you can help us generate the names and phone numbers of directors that are not available here. So that in our own template, we can the names and phone numbers of all the directors throughout Nigeria. That way, when we send for... Okay, you invited him. Thank you very much. Let's keep doing what we can do. Number four. Number four. Oh, number four. Man.
Cop. Thank you. Let me sincerely appreciate all the presenters for a wonderful presentation. I want to just make a comment on the issue of laws, because one of the presenters mentioned the issue of obsolete laws, and he has also encouraged us as CFN to see what we can do about that. I have a good news for all of us, that my predecessor had worked tirelessly to ensure that our laws are, amended. He has worked so much together with the ministry, federal ministry, and other stakeholders. I want to say that our daddy here, Dr. Okolo, has made very, key inputs into that. And by the grace of God, it is at the stage of being presented at the National Assembly. And we are trusting God that we'll follow up from where he stopped. And in the shortest possible time, we trust that we'll have an amended law that is in line with the current situation, so that it will help us more. That's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you achieve that, you will have achieved everything for us. Number five. Number five.
My own is contribution and recommendation on the hybrid CEO that has just highlighted on the platform on cooperative accounting and auditing. Honestly speaking, is a welcome development to create a platform that we can use it. We harmonize all the accounting system all over Nigeria through this Icopron hybrid CEO. I see that he incorporates trial balance, income statement, balance sheet, and appropriation accounts. So my advice to him is, let him try as much as he can to harmonize the provision percentage made by the laws for each and every state. Let him sit down with the directors of cooperatives of each and every 36 states of the federation, so that they will harmonize the percentage of education funds, reserve funds, and the other provision made by the law before you disburse the dividends. We have all these provisions made by the law. Before we disburse dividend, we will have deducted all these percentages. Then finally, we now disburse the dividend. So let you try as much as you can to ensure that each state is harmonized with the same percentage, so that we will go together.
Thank you very much. I don't think we need to do that harmonization. This thing is computerized. When you go to the platform for education fund, whatever you want for your own, you input it, it will bring out, calculate it, whatever any other person. The only problem we have, which we are going to have with you, is the cost. Because our people run away from any high cost. Some of the cooperative societies, their turnover may not be able to pay for the cost of adopting this. And that's why they have introduced it in so many cooperative societies. Once the cost is friendly, it will help people to solve the problem of these mistakes in accounting that we call fraud at times. And so on. So be considering very, very generous discounts for any cooperative society that comes through Icopron to adopt that app so that we'll be able to afford it. Finally,
I want to appreciate all. I want to appreciate all those that make presentation in their paper. My first question goes to Professor Beko, because we are among the practitioners and the regulators at the field. When you say that when cooperative is small, it cannot withstand the economic scale, that it is better when it is big. My question is, should we, the regulator, stop registering more cooperative? Because we know that cooperative starts with 10, according to the law. So that if it is going to come out as a communique, even from the Icopron, so that we that is in the regulatory can still go back and like share the idea that we've seen that in order to see that cooperative is growing, that this idea of registering 10, 10, 10 is hampering what we are doing. So the question is, should we stop or what do we do? That's my first question. My second question goes to Mr. Ibrahim. When he was talking about stakeholders, I do not pick very well those that you said are stakeholders in cooperative society so that we can be able to know how to relate with them. Then the third question goes to Dr. Kurafia. You talked about it, and Mr. Ibrahim also said about it. Looking at the poverty level in most of the rural area, some of the farmers, how can we convince them when we are talking about cooperatives coming in at their maybe takeoff produce so that there will be more benefit from it to resell what they are doing? Like Ibrahim said, instead of losing it to the middlemen at a low price, how can you convince a farmer comfort in a market in a given day to sell a product? Maybe that is where it's relying for the bread, that it will be a better idea to sell it maybe in the time of post-production time so that there will be more profit. I think that is going to help us as well, so that when we are guiding these cooperators, we can be able to give them a better answer. Thank you very much, sir.
thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of the questions. So we'll take a few responses. Ibrahim will come in and respond to that. But let me just say that the reasons why those poor women and men, the reasons why these poor women and men want to sell immediately is partly because they want money immediately. And secondly, they are afraid that if they don't sell now, will they find someone else? You know? But if the cooperative is an available market, that we are there, come and we will buy from you. Even if the cooperative does not have money to pay immediately, but if we give you an advance, once they weigh or value the product and it's worth 50,000 naira, we'll give you 10,000 naira now. When we sell at Sokoto or at Omuahia or wherever the prices are better, we'll give you, instead of 40,000, which is the balance, we'll not be able to give you 90,000 because we will have sold it at a higher price. I'm sure the person will. It's advocacy. We need to, as businessmen, discuss this thing. They ask questions, you provide answers. Their faith is increased in it, and they'll be able to participate. I'm sure Ibrahim may add more to that, but let's take from this direction.
Coop, coop, coop. Coop, coop, coop. Yeah, the question that is really bothering me, more especially to some cooperators in different states. You know, in our acts, when you look at it, they say cooperative is free from tax. But of recent, government has introduced what they call TIN. And if you don't have a TIN, you will not be registered maybe or open a bank account and all that. And I asked that like, okay, TIN, for every businesses you have to go by TIN. But my question is, how are we sure that in the nearest future, they will not begin to ask cooperators or cooperative society to pay tax? Because TIN is tax identification number. I don't know how we're going to go about this so that we can clear that. Secondly, most of these are cooperative societies. When they go to bank, though I take that as some of them are ignorant of cooperative society, they don't know what it really means. And when they show them tender the certificate, they tend to turn it down to say, okay, this is cooperative, go and register with CSC. These are some of the problems we are having in some of the banks and some of the states. I don't know how we're going to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to respond, Rahim, before we go to Professor Beko to tidy up what is left?
Yeah, thank you very much for those questions. First and foremost, the question about who are the stakeholders in cooperatives. Members of cooperative societies are part of the stakeholders. They are the internal stakeholders. Employees of the cooperative are also stakeholders. And if we disaggregate members of the cooperative into ordinary members and elected members, then we have two categories of internal stakeholders. The regulatory body, now the Department of Cooperative Societies, is equally a stakeholder. The community where the cooperative is operating, members of the community are also stakeholders. Then the auditors are stakeholders. Essentially, we are talking about, when we talk about stakeholders, we are talking about those who have one thing or the other to do with that business. One way or the other, they'll be impacted, or what they do or do not do will impact on the business. They are all stakeholders. At this point now, Icopron is also becoming a stakeholder. Because whatever we do, we have just talked about communicate. Whatever is the outcome of our conference is going to affect how the practice of cooperative runs. So we have become an interested stakeholder. So that addresses that. Then I think I should also address the question of a multi-purpose and single purpose. I think I mentioned in the course of my presentation. And now, we should get one thing clear. The foundation of cooperative, at least in the Southwest, I'm very familiar with the trajectory of development of cooperative in the Southwest, started with specialized cooperative. We have what we used to call Cooperative Farmer Produce and Marketing Society, CFPMS. Is essentially for farmers. And it was also disaggregated into different crops. We have for cash crops, we have for food crops, and the likes. And we also have CSA, Cooperative Supply Association. That essentially has to do with input supply. We have insurance cooperative. So on and on like that. The issue of multi-purpose is an influence of what happened in the financial sector. If you recall too, in the financial sector, we used to have commercial banks, merchant banks, and the likes. But at the point, all of them crashed into commercial banks. So it was at that point also that the issue of multipurpose crept into the ideology of cooperatives. So what we are saying essentially is that when you have a multi-purpose cooperative society, you first have to do an internal assessment. From what I know, most of the multi-purpose cooperative societies that we have are basically thrift and credit, nothing more, nothing less. Okay? So if you are thrift and credit, why calling yourself multi-purpose? The essence of multi-purpose is that if, for example, you have started as thrift and credit, along the line, you have increased your financial base, you are comfortable to diversify into other areas. So for you to be able to protect your diversification, you can now move into multipurpose. It shouldn't be the foundation. That is what we are saying, but that is essentially how it should be. So if you have thrift and credit, you have interest in housing, you have interest in consumer, you can, in order to have all of them under one roof, to be covered by your registration, then you can be talking of multipurpose. Now, how do we encourage the rural farmers to embrace cooperative? Number one, there used to be an error in the past. The success of any cooperative society lies in how much of assessment of need that was done ab initio. In the past, the error has always been to think that the problem of farmers is just finance. It is not in all cases that their problem is money. For a farmer that is managing a small farm, that small farm that he or she is managing is finding it difficult to market the produce from that farm. And you are telling the farmer his problem is finance. Come and join cooperative to get money so you can expand your hectarage. You're only creating more problem for that farmer. So identify the problem of the farmer. He has problem of input supply. Let the farmer know that through the cooperative society, he can get quality inputs at cheaper prices. That's number one. Number two, he has problem of marketing the produce profitably. Let the farmer know that one is going to be assured of appropriate pricing for his produce and also be assured of adequate return for his effort. Then number three, for every farmer, they need two basic types of financing. One, they need consumption finance. Two, they need production finance. That is why some of them will rush to sell their produce. Some even sell, that in my area, that is what we call atamole or alamole. While their produce is still on the farm, they have already sold the expected produce. Okay? Because they need money. So if you assure that rural farmer that the consumption money, that the consumption fund that he or she needs to spend for harvest, he can get through the cooperative, and the cooperative recover from whatever produce, I think they will be ready to embrace. And I think I should also address the issue of the tin, the tax. The tin is a prerequisite for all registered businesses. It's basically for the purpose of identification. The new tax reform law specifically exempted cooperative businesses from the payment of tax. Yeah? In the law, it's there. It's there in the law. In the tax reform law, three categories of people were exempted. Number one is, I think, section 169(2)A, if I'm correct. The first category is that are exempted. Then the second category are the accountants, all of them by practice, also accountants. Then the third category are the lawyers, if all of them by practice are lawyers. Okay, so it's there in the law. Then the comma for the bank, I think it's out of ignorance. The Company and Allied Matters Act specifically excluded cooperative from registration by CAC. So if any bank is requesting for CAC certificate, is basically out of ignorance. It is our duty to refer them back to I'll try to get the section of the law. I can't immediately recollect now. It's there. So we refer them back to it for proper guidance. I think I've addressed those that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, 2 minutes. Yes, finally, Professor Beko, 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, the section used to be section 29, the tax exemption, section 29. I don't know what it is now. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, when I talked about small sizes of cooperatives,
There's no way anybody can say stop registering cooperatives which are 10, because that's in the meantime, that's the statutory minimum. So we can't stop it. But what we are advising is to encourage the founders, the leaders of cooperative to have bigger numbers. And if that is not possible, you can also do what we call cells, bring small societies together. Each small society should be called a cell or should be identified as a cell, and administratively can make them legally, but administratively let them common services, a common manager, common accounts clerk, common this, common that. You can encourage, which are close by to do that. It is more of moral suasion, not compulsion. You can't do that because you'll be going against the law, and that will be travirus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And let me add that those things in the law talk about minimum. When they say you need a minimum number of 10 to register a society, it doesn't mean that you can't go beyond there. So that's why we talk about membership drive. As they say, some corporates will go and ask more people to join their cooperative so that the number can increase. It's also in their bylaw. You can say that the minimum thrift savings is 1,000 naira. It does not mean that people cannot pay 11 or 12 or 20,000 naira. So these things in the law, these provisions are just for minimum to allow those that cannot afford higher to just join. But you need to continue to encourage them to increase. 10 members cannot solve a problem that one member have. 10 members say, so I know that because once you join a cooperative, the capacity to bring out money, people will be afraid to bring out money, even if they have it. But when you have up to 100 members, 200 members, 300 members, all the societies that are making waves now, ask them. None of them is less than 100 or 200. That's the idea. Thank you very much. And I think by this, we have come to the end of this technical session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Kurefia. And I want to sincerely thank all the resource persons. We have really gone far into our break. We should have been on break for 1.5 hours back now. So we are coming back here at 4 for the gala. So just get back to your rooms, freshen up, and start coming back. But I want us to agree on when we are starting the general meeting tomorrow. The general meeting will be at Lamont Hotel. It's in the GRA. It's on Apollo Road, the GRA. Apollo Road, GRA. So, and it's a Friday. And we have just 2 or 3 issues to touch on, particularly about the transition issue. So, tomorrow, those in favor of 8 o'clock indicate. 8 o'clock for the general meeting tomorrow, 8 a.m. Raise your hands. Okay. 9 a.m. Raise your hands. Okay. So 9 is it. 10 is killed. So we start at 9. Please, if you have 5 members, we start the meeting. The Lord will keep us and bless us. So see you at 4 p.m. Good for you, good for me, good for all of us. Good for you, good for me, good for all of us. More members, more savings, more loan returns. For you, for me, good for all. Coop, coop, coop. Coop, coop, coop. Where? One more thing, members of the bid committee should please see me now. And I've received bids for only 3 states. That means technically the 4th state have stepped down. I've received bid for Gombe. I've received bid for Lagos and for Anambra State. So those 3 states, You may be invited by the committee to defend your bid, but we want the report latest by 8 a.m. tomorrow. God bless you. You can start going. All members of the committee to stay behind